This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Hey, what's going on? I went to post the link to the show on Twitter, and Stacy beat me to it, man. She's always put the link to the show on Twitter. Thank you. Man, these New Jersey cases, they just get crazier and crazier as you go on, man. I've only got like 7 or 8 more to go. I'm going to try to squeeze in 8 tonight. Yeah, 8. Might skip through some of it, you know. I got to get through the series. Oh, I don't even know. I haven't been counting. Have you? Yeah, got that Dana Dane background on again. There's a whole bunch of them, actually. There's probably, shit, I don't know. Might be like 50 of them total. I mean, there's a ton on this one site. I don't think they're all the same thing. Some are just like standard murders, if that makes any sense. Hey, how far back do they think it? I don't know if I know that was just a random number. I may have discussed around that number at this point. Hey, thanks, Kevin Brown. How long ago were the earliest Long Island serial killings? Doesn't that look like me, Juju? Are there any back around like the late 70s that they found the bodies? Or are they all from like 1990, early 90s, something like that? And a little bit later. That's the earliest one? Do they know for sure? Because they haven't even dated some of them. I mean, some of them, they don't even know who they are. I'm not sure what they're taking so long. There's people that aren't even identified there. Just do something with it. That's what I was thinking. The 90s, though. Huh? Ah, jeez, Ozo. Can we just have a night? Just one night. I'll wait about 10 minutes as the jokes pile up on that one. Yep, see, there you go. As the laughter ensues, we gotta wait. Let's see. Yeah, so tonight I'm going to be try to get through 8. I don't know if you guys can see this, but look how many, look at this so far. Look at that. That's nuts. And that's only in about a 12-year period. That many in that little... I mean, all these pins are related to the cases, but it's just so much stuff going on there. And I had my first physical therapy today. That was pretty cool. Had to go in there and, you know, they really sort of these micro muscle movement kind of things. Not totally micro, but, you know. So, you know, it's nice to get started on something. Who knows? It's going to be a long journey, though. Okay, I'm going to get started now. Well, I've been keeping it moving the whole time, but I finally doing actual physical. I was doing a lot of the same things, so I just sort of in my mind thought up some of those, and a lot of them were similar, you know. But some are things I wasn't doing, and they hurt, so maybe that's good. They don't sting, it's just sort of muscle. My tricep in my left arm doesn't really work hardly at all. It's just really weird. You just kind of, you know, if you put your hands at your side and then move both arms back, kind of like you're skiing, sort of, but just a little bit, it just almost cramps up on the left side. It's wild. Kind of how it was about 13 years ago, though. Yeah, I think I do. I feel like it will make it better in time. So, whatever. I'll just keep doing the show, and one of these days I've tried playing golf a couple times, and I played okay the first time just with one club, but that last time, I don't know. I'm just gonna wait now. I'm gonna go to Bandon. I might try to like go around the course a little bit with something, but I don't know. That's in February. Hopefully by then I'm even better. So, okay, so this first one is another one of the double murders. See, there was a whole bunch of them in this series. I think 3 or 4 for sure, and those are rare. You know, the double murders are rare, and there's 3 at least in this series here. So here we go. 2 teenage girls missing in Colonia, New Jersey. Okay. The mother of one of 2 Colonia section teenage girls who disappeared Friday says she fears foul play. Miss Joseph Carlucci yesterday, she said yesterday she is afraid of her 14-year-old daughter Doreen and her 15-year-old friend Joanne Delardo might have taken a shortcut home after a church recreation program and been waylaid in the woods. A police search yesterday in the area where they might have walked turned up nothing. The girls were seen about 10 p.m. at the ice cream parlor near the church, police said. Miss Carlucci said they'd never stay away 2 nights without calling, and their friends said they've never seen them hitchhike a ride. Someone may have been waiting in the bushes and forced them into a car. Joanne's father said the girls had only $1.25 between them. They took nothing with them, he said. They had no reason to run off. We're just sitting and waiting, praying and hoping. And their names are Doreen Carlucci and Joanne Delardo, and they're 14 and 15 years old. And here is a picture of them right here. I think this maybe is Doreen here. They didn't put the names below them, but I'm assuming they did it in the same order. And Joanne down there. I guess we can check later. Alright, and then hotline set up in missing girls case. The telephone hotline has been set up by, this is 10 days later, by the way. So the first one was December 16th. This is the 26th. They have checked out all the calls that have turned up. Nothing on the girls' whereabouts. Joanne Delardo, 15, of 46 Rahway Avenue. And I couldn't actually find that address for some reason. I think they're missing a number, perhaps. And 14-year-old Doreen Carlucci, 40 Clove Drive, were last seen about 10 p.m. December 13th after a St. John Vianney Church recreation program. All right, so they're setting up hotlines. Everybody's kind of wondering where the hell they went. And then we've got, on the 2 days after that article, 2 missing upstate girls found strangled. And yeah, they did have that in that order that I mentioned. That's Doreen and Joanne right there. The bodies of 2 teenage girls, partially nude and apparently strangled, were found in a wooded area of this shore community Friday, 2 weeks after they disappeared. They were Doreen Carlucci, 14, and Joanne Delardo, 15, missing since they left a church youth center in Woodbridge on December 13th. Yeah, it's right. And this, it's right here. This is the church, actually. And they were hanging out right here on December 13th, 10 p.m., and they were there for a recreation program. So that is where they were last seen. Doreen's house is right there, so it's not far from there. Now, the other address that was given in that previous article stated that it was on 46 Rahway Avenue. So it'd be 46. Yeah, right there. And when you go there, it just kind of, it's right there, because there isn't a 46 Rahway. So this is Rahway right here, and if you go all the way to I didn't even notice this, but they actually have block numbers a little bit right here. So it makes it kind of easy, but I went all the way to the end of it. Well, actually, let's see. Yeah, all the way down into this area, and it wasn't even close to a a single digit, basically, as being just 46. So I think they're missing another digit. It just sort of ends right there, and it's like 500 and something. So apparently it's on this road is where she lives, but we don't know the exact address. There's Doreen, and then they were last seen at the recreation center. So so right there, and right here. So this is where, I guess, at 10 o'clock at night, they disappeared. Let me get to the next article, though. Hold on a second. Yeah, it was this one. The bodies were identified at the Monmouth Medical Center, Long Branch, by the parents of the girls. Autopsies were performed, but cause of death was not immediately known. A policeman who saw the bodies said it appeared both girls had been garroted. So now we've got another case with garrot, the Garroted, garroted. And that's when you put like a ligature around, and then you twist it with something. Like you can put a stick in there and keep rotating it around and around. It makes it tighter and tighter and tighter. Or, you can just have two ends where you hold on to and you pull them really tight. So it's a little different than strangling somebody. It's the same effect, but let's see. There were external wounds on their faces and bodies. Let's see. Medical center said the girls had been beaten badly. He declined to comment on whether they had been raped. There were external wounds on their faces and bodies, the spokesman said. Police said the bodies were discovered about 4 p.m. shortly after an 18-year-old man riding a bicycle along Pergo-Laville Road, that doesn't exist anymore, spotted one of the corpses a short distance from the road. The man called state police, and the second body was found 10 feet from the body the bicyclist spotted. The bodies were both face up. One girl was nude except for shoes, and the second was clad only in a sweater and shoes. So I think they were obviously both at least attempted to be assaulted sexually. State police said there were no immediate clues in the killing. A spokesman said a search of the area where the bodies were found would be conducted today. The girls have been missing since they left Shalom House, a youth center at St. John Vianney RC Church. Earlier this week, the parents offered a $15,000 reward, which is pretty big for that time. You could buy a house for like $40,000. I mean, it was so... Back in the 70s, houses didn't cost anything. Early this week, so they got a $15,000 reward going. I'm going to move on to the next one. This is actually in the Daily News in New York. They had an article. Hey, thanks, Kit Kat. That's right, $5 Friday. Police said the body of one of the girls was discovered shortly after 4 p.m. An 18-year-old boy riding a bicycle along Port Laville Road. He alerted state troopers who found the second body nearby, about 10 feet from the edge of the road and 700 feet from the nearest house. Police said one girl was completely nude except for hiking shoes, while the other was clad only in a white sweater and similar shoes. So that's actually a little bit better picture of them right there. Thanks, Kit Kat. Yep. And
$5 Fridays. Vinkande hand.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to change the voice. Well, thanks, Sarah Beth Colagrass. Yeah. If just 20 people did 5, we'd be right there. You know, like almost like having a Starbucks coffee. Or 2. Yeah. A spokesman at the hospital said the girls had been beaten badly. Both girls had external wounds on their faces and bodies.
Following in Kit Kats footsteps, rött hjärta, leende kattansikte med hjärtformade ögon, rött hjärta.
Wow. A local police officer who viewed the bodies at the scene said it appeared both girls had been garroted. Law enforcement agencies throughout Monmouth County had joined forces in attempts to find the girls since their disappearance. Hey, thank you, Carolina T. There you go. 5 plus 5 plus 5. 5 by 5. By 5. Very
5
cool.
plus 5 plus 5.
Wow. That's how you say 5 in whatever language I chose? Okay, then they were trying to compare it with another case here. They were actually trying to compare it to 2 of the cases we've already discussed, but they didn't think that there was a connection. Now let's see. Sand similar to the type found on beaches was found on one of the bodies and in shoes of both victims. Let me start up here. Maybe I'll just try reading this. Police believe the deaths of 2 teenage girls found stabbed and strangled here early last year are not connected to the murders of 2 Woodbridge Township girls whose bodies were found December 27th. No arrests have been made in the murders of Suzanne Garden from Nautilus Street and Beechwood and Cindy Leslie Morris Boulevard, Morris Boulevard. So it's Cindy Leslie. It's hard to read. This is so tiny. Let me try to zoom in here. Their bodies were discovered in wooded areas of Dover Township. Captain Thomas Walton, head of the Dover Township Detectives. Hey, thanks, Mary Clark. Said he met with state and Monmouth County authorities in Freehold last week and compared details of the slayings. Because of several dissimilarities, we feel the latest murders have no connection with our cases. He said that neither of the Woodbridge girls had been stabbed, and evidence in the cases here indicated they were killed near where they were found. Police said both Woodbridge girls were strangled. I remember they said they were garroted. Hey, thanks, One Sly Angel and Lil Andy. Thanks, everybody.
$5 parade.
Awesome dollar parade? That's what it sounded like. Awesome dollar parade. See, that's the EVP reading. I'm sure it didn't say awesome.
$5 footlongs.
$5 footlongs. Right? That's how the commercial goes. Yep. Yep. Let's see. See, this part down here is interesting now. Police said both Woodbridge girls were strangled. Police believe the Middlesex County girls, Doreen Carlucci, 14, and Joanne Delardo, 15, both of Colonia section of Woodbridge, were murdered some other place before their bodies were left at the edge of a wooded area. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. And they're about ready to explain why. Hey, thanks Patricia M. and Quietly Frozen. Hey, thanks for coming a Megazoid too. That helps out a lot. I'm actually thinking of getting rid of my lowest tier at some point. It just seems so, you know. Although it would wipe everybody out of it and you'd lose your badge levels, which kind of sucks, but but I'll probably keep it there. Okay. Thanks, Patricia M. I don't know what that means, bot, please. It doesn't mean anything. It's on. I already got it turned on. I think. Oh yeah, the second one wasn't. Okay, there you go. Ah, interesting. Okay, hold on a second. Alright. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it works. Hey, thank you, Victoria Ballard. Okay, now this part's interesting. Police believe the Middlesex girls, Doreen and Carlucci, 14, and Joanne Delardo.
Bringing up the rear behind, Carolina T. Show off. Halvleende ansikte med glädjetårar.
Yeah, those are the two we're talking about right here. They were murdered someplace before their bodies were left at the edge of a wooded area. So let me show you where they were found now. That's pretty far away from where they... And what I did was, it was really hard to figure this out. I think I might have a map in here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is a different picture of them. Doesn't look much. This one doesn't look at all like the other picture. But this map right here in a 1986 article it actually has a map right there, and it shows this spot. Let's see. Disappeared from Woodbridge Town. So I guess they're this is the same spot, but they're zooming in. Yeah. Right. Okay. So the place that I found that looked like that, and everything lines up. For example, Tracy Station Road. See that right there? Well, that's right here. That's Tracy Station Road. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it's right there. And then just off of Tracy Station Road, there's this road right here, but I got a little jog in it. I'm not sure if that's like this or what. It's just definitely, I don't think it's this one. I guess it could be that. But then there's this side road. I actually think that this little road right here, this Pergo-Laville Road that doesn't exist anymore, is right here. Because it's this dotted line right there is the county line. And that road is right off of it, basically. So I think it's called New Beginnings Crossing now. And back in even 1995, there's really nothing there. Maybe a couple homes right there. And then now it's like a little community. But I think at one point, this was probably a place where you could just maybe, I don't know if there's a road right there you could drive down, or how you would get to there at that back then. But I think the bodies were found right here. Based on this, I think that's that road and right there. It's hard to know 100% for sure, whatever, but it's somewhere around in this area. Okay, so now we know where that was. So it says sand similar to the type. Police believe the Middlesex County girls, Doreen Carlucci, 14, and Joanne Delardo, 15, both of the Colonia section of Woodbridge, were murdered some other place before their bodies were left at the edge of the wooded area off Pergolaville Road. Sand similar to the type found on beaches was found on one of the bodies and the shoes of both victims, according to Dr. Edwin Albano, state medical examiner. The sand is being tested at the state police laboratory in the hope of pinpointing the area from which it came. The soil at the site in the Malapan is dark covered by decaying leaves. A task force, including detectives from State Police Major Crimes Unit, Woodbridge, Manalapan, and Middlesex and Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, are still interviewing friends of the girls and residents of the Pergolaville area. In addition to sand tests, police are awaiting toxicology reports. They are studying plaster of Paris casts of tire marks on the road near the bodies. The team is trying to determine distributors of the type of insulated electric wire found on one of the bodies. So that was what was used to go around her neck. Police believe it was used to strangle the girls. There you go. Woodbridge police have set up a special phone number. Some clothing worn by girls, some clothing worn by the girls when they disappeared the night of December 13th was not found on their bodies. Police are seeking a blue snorkel coat, a gray 3/4 length coat, and I have no idea what a snorkel coat is. A gray 3/4 length coat, a V-neck blue body shirt, and 2 sets of underclothing. Captain Andrew B. Manning, Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, said police have not discounted the possibility the girls were running away from home. He said 2 schoolmates met Joanne Delardo in the company of another girl whom the 2 did not know but assumed to be Doreen on a Colonia street the day after they were reported missing. So apparently they were seen out and about the day after they were reported missing at that church. He said he is certain that the 2 met Joanne because they talked and kidded about something they had kidded about before. He said they seemed not to be frightened, according to the schoolmate. On the day the bodies were discovered in Malapan, Doreen's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Carlucci, had searched an area near Silvermead Trailer Park in, listen to this, in Freehold Township after they received information from a Nutley psychic. Now, if that's where she lives, in a town called Nutley, how appropriate is that? The family had returned home after a fruitless search at about 3 p.m. The bodies were discovered by an 18-year-old bicycle rider shortly after 4 p.m. The psychic, Dorothy Allison, told the family after a meeting in her home that the words silver and mead were strong in my mind. Yeah, whatever. There we go. Oh yeah, I hear it. Can you hear it? I can hear it. Oh, it said I want a bologna sandwich, and it's on Johnson and Smith Street. Oh, I heard it now. God, if you listen to it really close, you can really hear it. You can hear it perfectly. And every time there's something like that, I think that's the perfect emoji, right? Even though that is kind of freaky how much that looks like me. Yeah, that is a pretty good emoji, because it sure as hell looks like me. That's right. Doesn't that kind of look like me, Stacey, when you kind of explain it like, hey, that's my visor. I've got the freaking headphones on. There's a goatee there. It even looks like me big when it's blown up. Kind of weird. The psychic, Dorothy Allison, told the family after a meeting, yeah, I heard silver and mead were very strong in her mind, and she felt the girls were in the area of a trailer camp. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not where they were. Thanks, though, for wasting everybody's time. After 12 years, this is 1986 now. After 12 years, strangler of 2 girls still sought. 15, Joanne Delardo, 15, and Doreen Carlucci, 14, left Shalom House, a church affiliated with Center less than a mile from their home in the Colonia section of Woodbridge Township, December 13th, 1974. 14 days later, Elzo Simmons, the son of the minister living in the Perglaville section of Manalapan Township, was riding a bicycle with his brother. Then he spotted what appeared to be a body in underbrush off the shoulder of Perglaville Road in Manalapan Township. He summoned police, who found the partially nude bodies of the 2 girls more than 20 miles from where they disappeared. Both had been strangled. A piece of electric wire, believed to have been The weapon was discovered nearby. It could not be determined if the girls had been sexually molested. Most of their clothing and their possessions were not to be found. State police, municipal police from both Woodbridge and Manalapan Townships and Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office participated in the investigation. They were good kids, said Woodbridge Detective Anthony Barcelona. Barcelona, yep. It's on two different lines. It was hard to... Their parents suspected foul play right from the beginning. They didn't even go out with boys at this time. Mrs. Carlucci had brown hair, was about 5'5", weighed 115 pounds. Miss Delardo also had brown hair, 5'3", weighed about 110, and wore gold-rimmed prescription glasses. That was 1986. That was December. And I think this is the remaining portion of that. From what police have been able to learn, both girls walked about 3/4 of a mile from their homes to the youth center. They left the building at around 9:45 p.m., reportedly to visit another girlfriend. That was the last their friends saw them. John Valentine, Deputy Chief of Investigations in the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, was one of the officers sent to the scene where the bodies were found. Both had bruises, Valentine recalls, but there was no indication of any sadistic type beating. It appears as though the girls were killed at another location and dumped there. Miss Delardo's blue painter pants, blue snorkel jacket, wooden bead keychain with a house key on it, and glasses have never been found. Also gone were Miss Carlucci's blue flare dungarees, corduroy, of course, clear plastic belt with blue stars, blue buddy shirt, and V-neck. I don't remember who that was, but I think that person might have been right a long time ago. Except the part about the corduroys, okay? Because jeans aren't corduroys, right? So, but dungarees apparently are jeans. Blue jeans. Let's see. Gray for trim panties, bra. Also gone were Miss Carlucci's blue flare dungarees, clear plastic belt with blue stars, blue body shirt and V-neck, and black bow, I don't know, bow, I guess, black bow, I guess. A gray 3/4 length cloth coat with gray fur trim, panties, bra, gold chain with a gold cross, and a gold Italian good luck charm, horn of plenty, and keychain with a stone dangle that had a blouse and bicycle key on it. All of that stuff's missing. Man, that's crazy, isn't it? Hey, what's going on with what did Christola type in that got deleted by the Google moderator team? I don't know. What did you type in? I can't see it. That wasn't done by anybody here. It was by Google. Type it in again. Let's see what it was. And we'll read it before they delete it. Yeah, so type it in again. I was saying... No, that's not what you said. Just type in exactly what you typed in, Christola. Don't do the thing, oh, I was talking about... Type in the exact sentence as if you're typing it again. No, I didn't say to type in okay. I said to type in the whole sentence. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Well, she just had one of her comments removed by Google, so I'm just trying to see what it was. It said that was me and Zozo. That's all you typed in? There's no way it would get rid of that, would it? Sally sells seashores by the seashore. Sally sells I don't know if that's what you said. You must have had some other word in there. Anyways, I'm moving on to something else. Okay. Thanks, Kit Kat.
Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
Hey, look at this, Dana Dane. You haven't been here, but look at my backdrop right now on the back of my shot. Pretty cool, huh? You trippy. Yeah, there had to have been more to it, or it would have been deleted again. So, anyways, let's see. So all of that stuff was gone. That's a lot of stuff to be missing out there. You'd think somebody would have stumbled upon it over the years. Let's see. Manalapan detective Robert Fossick said the Pergolaville encampment and road were named after the owner of the property. At the time, the road had 20 to 30 rundown homes or shacks, mostly used by migrant workers. So they're probably trying to spin it onto them, maybe. The area has changed, becoming less traveled, and most of the shacks are gone. Only about 3 of the buildings there are still being lived in. The case will remain open until it's closed, or we get someone who comes in and says he is responsible for the crimes, or we receive evidence that leads us to the person or persons responsible. During the early part of the investigation, police looked into many leads, but as time passed, there was less and less information left to work on, he said. Around October 1983, Manalapan Township Police received a report that a van in the Pergolaville area had the likeness of the 2 girls painted on it. Oh, really? Wow. Police tracked down the vehicle, but it turned into another dead end. The painting didn't look like the girls. And there was a report 2 months ago that a person in the area had a large amount of wire that could match the wire found near the bodies. The wire was not the same, though. I mean, geez, there's so much wire out there, everybody. Jeez. And then the last article that I found, just something in 2008. So here's the thing is, remember that Zarinsky guy, the serial killer? They kind of think that he might have had something to do with these two. Authorities have long believed Zarinsky could also be connected to the murders of Linda Balabanow. We talked about her the other day, 17, a Union Township girl whose body was found in the Raritan River in Woodbridge in 1969, Joanne Delardo, 15, and Doreen Carlucci, 14, both of the Colonia section of Woodbridge, whose bodies were found in Malapan in 1974, and Ann Logan of Elizabeth, a 19-year-old Seton Hall University student whose body was found in Roselle in 1973. So there you go. So it's possible, and that I think Zarinsky died, though, in prison in 2008. Yeah, so there you go. That is the case of Doreen Carlucci and Joanne Delardo, 15. So she's 15 and Doreen's 14, or was 14. All right, so now we're moving on to the next one. Did you see her background there, Dana Dane? She didn't even comment. What's that sound? Yeah, looks like everything's still working. Got an excellent connection here. Alright, the next one is Betty Jean Belt is her last name. Like a belt that you would wear. And this is what she looks like. Right there. Betty Jean Belt. E. Brunswick girl 16 missing since Tuesday. 16-year-old Betty Jean Belt of 664 Cranberry Road. So we got her house, 664 Cranberry Road. See, that's not really that far away from, you know, I mean, look at, this is where they were found. And then we've got, let's see, 664, let's go to that. Yeah, right there. This was her home. Oh wow. They must have torn that sucker. Look at that. That home's there. But they tore it down. Actually, we can just tell by looking at the so it's just recent then. So if I go up here, there we go. See, that is June 2019. They're building, looks like maybe, I don't know, looks like a business of some sort. Or it could be an apartment, I guess. So in May in 2018, it was still there, that home. But that's where she lived. Okay, so that's where she lived at that house. Road has been missing from her home since Tuesday, police said. She was reported missing by her father, Robert Belt. Police noted her bicycle, wallet, and shoes. So think about that. Her bicycle that she was riding, her wallet, and shoes were found off Old Stage Road at 1:15 p.m. on Tuesday. She is described as 5 feet 5 inches, 130 pounds, and has brown hair and brown eyes. Her bicycle and other belongings were found in a wooded area about a mile from her home. The reason for her absence is unexplained, her parents told police. Anyone with information about her should notify the police department's juvenile bureau. And 5 days later, missing girl reportedly called home. Betty Jean Belt, the 16-year-old, missing from her 664 Cranberry Road home since last Tuesday, reportedly was heard from the following day, according to police. Police said, however, they are puzzled by the fact her bicycle, shoes, and money were found the day of her disappearance in a wooded area off Old Stage Road between Crescent Avenue and Fern Road. All right, so bicycle, wallet, and shoes were found just right here. And what I did was I drew a line between the two roads they just said. This one and Fern Road and Crescent Avenue right there. So, but it was also found on Old Stage Road. So it said in between those. So I'm just putting a pin generally right there. Very wooded area right there. Very dense. So out in this area. Somewhere along that way. This is back in 1975, July 1st. Police said, however, they are puzzled. That is kind of a puzzling fact. I wonder if that's just an error. Reportedly was heard from the following day, according to police. Well, who? A friend of the girl's sister told police Jean called the Belt home and identified herself, police said. The friend said she recognized the missing girl's voice. Well, what did she say, though? A schoolmate of Betty Jean also had told police she saw the girl riding another bicycle the day after she was reported missing, police said. I don't know. Jeez, that doesn't make a lot of sense. That's one of those red herring things that just throw you off into oblivion. So this is them right here. This is on the July 22nd now. That last article was July 8th. East Brunswick police lift a piece of clothing found last night near the decomposed body of a woman in Jamesburg Park near Helmet Boulevard. Police are trying, but they said tring, to determine if the body is that of missing 16-year-old Betty Jean Belt of East Brunswick. Okay, then same day, body found in East Brunswick. Police are attempting today to determine if the badly decomposed body in a Jamesburg Park drainage ditch yesterday is that of missing 16-year-old Betty Jean Belt. An unidentified male caller alerted police to the body's location about 15 feet through thick undergrowth from a dirt lover's lane off Helmet Boulevard. Police Director Frank Pash is asking the caller to contact headquarters. Pash said late last night his men would contact Robert Belt, the missing girl's father. Pash said the body was, here we go, clothed in panties and a bra. A pair of dungarees were around the girl's ankles. See, it sounds so much like some of these other ones. And a blue pullover shirt nearby. The clothing is similar to that described by Belt when he reported his daughter missing. Pash said police were unable to determine the age or weight of the possible murder victim, nor the cause of death. He estimated the body had been in the ditch about 3 weeks, but added an accurate determination would have to be made by the medical examiner. Let's see, the director said it was not determined if the victim had been raped. Police will continue their search of the area for further evidence, Pash said. The Belt teenager was reported missing July 1st by her father. Police found her bicycle, wallet, and shoes the same day in a wooded area off Old Stage Road about a mile from her home. The girl reportedly was heard from the following day. A friend of the girl's sister told police Betty Jean called the Belt home and identified herself. A schoolmate of the missing girl told police she saw the girl riding another bicycle the day after. I don't know. You know, it's possible she called. It just seems more likely that somebody... I mean, was that all just staged by her to make it look like she's missing, and then all of a sudden the person that she left with killed her? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so her body was found right here. So look how close that is. Doesn't it make more sense that her wallet and everything was found here? She's abducted off of her bike. Her house is right there. She's probably pedaled this direction, maybe was even going that way, then abducted, and then this person took her and down this really secluded dirt road. I don't even think there's a street view on this thing. Yeah, I mean, you can look down it from right here. Yeah, so down that road, but I would imagine back in 70 something that was just completely a dirt road. And there's the Helmeta Boulevard right there. Let's see what it looked back like in 95 even. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Just and then they did identify that body they found. Police today faced the unpleasant task of informing the parents of 16-year-old Betty Jean Belt that the partially decomposed body found in Jamesburg Park Monday definitely was that of their daughter. For Mr. and Mrs. Robert Belt, positive identification of the girl's teeth through the dental charts ended 3 weeks of waiting and 2 days of agony since the body was discovered by an unidentified person sometime Monday in a Jamesburg Park drainage ditch. The results of a dental examination made by Dr. J.S. Cardinger of the Forensic Dental History Department at John F. Kennedy Medical Center in Edison were revealed by Detective Lieutenant James G. Gaffrey. Let's see. The lower portion of the girl's jaw was found by police Monday as they combed the Jamesburg Park woods off Port Street. See, this is Port Street right here, near Helmetta Boulevard. This is Helmetta, Port Street, so just right in this area right there. The searchers first stumbled on a partially decomposed torso with a pair of blue jeans still around the ankles and a blue shirt nearby. The clothing matched those items Betty Jean Belt was reported wearing when she was reported missing. The torso was also clothed in panties and a bra. The Belt girl's bicycle, wallet, and shoes were found July 1st off nearby Old Stage Road. The Port Street area was still soggy from heavy rains Monday, and police dammed the ditch where the torso was found. To allow firemen to drain the water and allow a more detailed search. The search early yesterday produced the upper portion of the girl's skull. The skull and other portions of the body will be shipped today to the Federal Bureau of Investigation laboratories in Washington, D.C. for tests to determine the exact cause of the girl's death. The search turned up no vital organs, police said, because of the advanced state of decomposition. Police, meanwhile, are questioning persons in the Jamesburg Park area who might have seen the Belt girl since her disappearance. They also are pleading that their anonymous informant came forward, and they want him to come forward and share what, he probably just wants to stay out of it, but it's also a little bit suspicious. If she did make a phone call, you sort of wonder if this guy's kind of playing games. An autopsy yesterday by Dr. Marvin Schuster, Chief County Medical Examiner, failed to establish the cause of death. Schuster determined, however, the girl suffered a fractured skull, and police are treating the case as a homicide. Really? Wow, what a shock. Detectives today collected soil samples in the vicinity of Monday's grisly discovery, the Sandy Lane off Port Street. Well, it's interesting that it's Sandy Lane, and then the previous case with the two girls had sand on their shoes. I wonder if they compared the two. Let's see. Enters the forest, Jamesburg Park area, about 200 yards below the point where the old stage. Let's see. The Sandy Lane off Port Street enters the forested Jamesburg Park area about 200 yards below the point where Old Stage Road enters Helmet Boulevard from the opposite side of the park. The point where the body was found was about 1.8 miles from her Cranberry Road home. I found it to be a little bit less than that. So, anyways, that is that. Let me open up this breakdown here. So Betty Jean Belt. Her name being Belt throws me off a lot. Okay, because it's like, you don't see that as a last name, and it sounds like an item. See that we still only got the 143 number, 143, 150 in here. It's crazy. What I should do is put Morphew will not be discussed tonight in the title. Morphew all caps will not be discussed tonight. Trick people into coming over. Are you guys still here? I don't think she was dismembered. I think she got decomposed and her body was in water and it kind of broke apart after 3 weeks or something like that. Yeah. So that's her right there. Okay, we're moving on to number 3, the third case. This one is Carolyn Majane, Majane. East Swamps, West and Key Girls. Oh yeah, I just wanted to show you this part. So this is a girl, 1975, in August she went missing. And when I was looking up her name, I found that down here it mentioned her name. And it's definitely her. Right here, Carolyn Majane. She was a good swimmer, so she was mentioned in this one article in January 25th, 1975. Okay? And then she went missing in August of 1975, but was not mentioned at all in the newspaper. They did not even investigate her missing. These are all unsolved. Thanks, Lee D. Yeah, every one of these is well, some of them were solved that there was a serial killer, and there's one that the DNA matched the serial killer. For some reason, they still have her listed on there. It's like, no, the serial killer killed her. You don't need to. You can actually just cross it off. They were about to go on trial, and then he died. But she's still listed on there. I don't understand that part, but it's not unsolved. I wouldn't even spend one more minute looking at that one unless you were going to compare it to other ones just for reference. All right, so I just wanted to show you that she was in the newspaper around that same time. She was a swimmer. You know, what's interesting is Morph lives in New Jersey, and one of these stories that I'm looking at tonight showed up on, I think it's actually this one, showed up on Web Sleuth, and then I saw him commenting in there because he lives somewhere somewhat near here, I guess. This next case, not this one. Yeah. So she was right in this area right here about 10:15 p.m. on August 20th, 1975. There was a couple bars that she was bouncing around at. One was called Friendlies, and the other one was Wawa Bars. Okay. But anyways, she went missing in 1975. There's zero information in the media about her. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, we're not talking about the Delphi case tonight, High 61. All right? So you'll be on timeout, and if you want to come back and sort of join in on discussing other cases, believe it or not, there's other cold cases out there. And the Delphi case isn't even cold. They're still working on it. All right? So right now we're talking about something completely different. All right? I know that people like you are completely myopic and only think of one case. You would have loved being involved in the Chris Watts case because you'd have something to talk about every single day for 20 years. Yeah, this one got nothing. Okay, absolutely zero coverage, 1975. Then, in 1985, 10 years later, skeleton identified as teen missing for 10 years. And then, well, let me just read this one first. Girl's skeleton finally found. A forensic expert has identified the skeletal remains of a Moorestown teenager who had been missing for more than 10 years, the Burlington County prosecutor said yesterday. The skull of Carolyn Majane was found a week ago by two boys at a housing development construction site, and the missing girl's skeleton
Some jewelry and remains of clothing were uncovered by investigators last Saturday, said prosecutor Stephen G. Raymond. Positive identification was made earlier this week, and the girl's family, which lives in Bethesda, Maryland, was notified, Raymond said. John and Elizabeth Majane were basically relieved to confirm they suspected that she was dead. Yeah, see, they got relief because now it's like, okay, now we can bury her, you know? At least you have answers. Not knowing is the worst part. The world is a lot less beautiful place now, let me assure you of that, John Majane told the Burlington County Times after his daughter's remains were discovered. The girl was 15 years old when she vanished August 22nd, 1975, from Main Street in Moorestown. Police say she was with friends and decided to go to a party at about 10 p.m. several blocks away, but never arrived. So she probably got a ride from somebody. Hey, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to this party. Oh, really? Down the street? Yeah, I'm going too. Yeah, get in the got a ride, and it was just another one of the psychos that are out there, right? A skeleton found last week at a construction site behind the Timbercrest development has been identified as Moortown teenager. Okay. Yeah, let's see. What do we got here? Girl skeleton finally found. Another article, just finding it. Teenager's remains identified. You know, what I wanted to do, though, there was an article that was just huge. Runaway, a probable slave victim. The case of 15-year-old Burlington County girl who vanished more than a decade ago was initially listed by the police as a probable runaway. But the week before Christmas, the girl's bones surfaced in a crude grave in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And now that the remains have been identified through dental records, investigators suspect that the girl was slain by a killer who was never pursued by police. Right now, we have to list it as a suspicious death because we have no evidence it was anything else, even though it probably was murder. The girl Carolyn Majane was last seen August 22nd, 1975 on Main Street in Moorestown, a few blocks from her home at about 3 miles from the Timbercrest housing development. About 10:15 p.m. on that summertime Friday night, Majane left a group of friends, telling them she was going to walk to a nearby party. She never arrived at the party, and police said no one they spoke to has heard from her since. She was going to walk to a nearby party. Moorestown police investigated the girl's disappearance, but as in many missing persons cases, police reached no conclusions and listed Majane as a probable runaway. At the time, it seemed like everybody's kid was running away for one reason or another. Okay, so they just didn't do a damn thing. And that's her right there. It's a better picture of her. I think I'm going to try to read this entire... It's like a huge article on it, just to see what's in it. Nighttime in Moorestown, August 22nd, 1975, and Diane Pearson, then 17, has come home from her summer job. She grabs her parents' car keys and rushes back out, missing by minutes a telephone call from one of her best friends, Carolyn Majane, 15. I know some people said she was uptown, Pearson recalls today. We heard she was walking down Main Street with some younger girls. In another Moorestown home, Susan Norwood, also then 17, has decided to stay in rather than meet up with her best friend, who has telephoned her earlier. That friend was Carolyn Majane. See, this is one of those things where there's people that probably feel guilty now. God, if I had just gone, I think there was a lot more they could have done, Norwood recalled. I don't know much about police procedure, but I think at the time they said, listen, we can't do anything right now. We don't have enough men. They just didn't seem to be concerned. On that same summer night at around 9 p.m., Elizabeth Majane drives two of her children, that's the mother obviously, two of her children to meet friends at a nearby store, then returns home to her husband, John. One of those children is her only daughter, Carolyn. She wanted to go downtown, John Majane recalled. I didn't want her to go. There has been an altercation in town the night before. There had been one. Some kids had ended up in the emergency room. I think maybe we had a false sense of security, Elizabeth Majane said. A sense that it was safe, a wonderful little town, and nothing ever happened there. No, it wasn't rude. What was rude, that's exactly, you know what's funny? Look at how stupid what High 61 just typed in. He's probably stoned, that's why the name. I don't even know what the topic is. Thanks for rudely putting me on timeout. Well, do you think it was rude that you didn't look at the freaking title of the show or actually just sit here for a few minutes quietly and freaking understand what we're talking about? See, what you just did was admitted that you were rude. It's unbelievable. It's just, God, it's crazy. Unbelievable. Just pay attention for a few minutes, figure out what people are talking about, then make comments. But you didn't give a damn. You just showed up, right? And yes, I do have the Delphi video guy playing up in the corner, the bridge guy, just as sort of like, it's there every single show, okay? Man, you just kind of busted yourself with that one. I don't even know what the topic is. Exactly. Okay. Now you don't have to. I'm gonna unhide the person. You know, you can let them put a rebuttal in. If it's just as dumb as that, it'll be fun to play with it. On that same summer night at around 9 p.m., Elizabeth Majane drives two of her children to meet friends at a nearby store, then returns home to her husband, John. And so now, okay, that's right. So she dropped them off at a store, right? She wanted to go downtown, John Majane recalled. I didn't want her to go because there was a fight the night before and people got injured. I think maybe we had a false sense of security, Elizabeth said, a sense that it was a safe, wonderful little town. Doesn't that sound like again, hey, it sounds like Delphi. Hey, we're talking about Delphi now. But something did happen to Carolyn Majane. 10 years later, December 20th, 1985, three young boys are sliding down dirt hills near Mount Laurel's Timbercrest housing development. One boy skids to a stop between what looks like a large stone. We were playing in the area and we thought it was a rock and didn't want her to get hurt on it, so we pulled it out, said Bob Kramer. Mike Ojeda, also 10, remembers digging around the object. I bet you it's going to turn out to be a skull, right? Prying it out of the dirt. When we took it out, we saw the teeth and where the eyes and cheeks would be, said Ojeda. In the same shallow grave, the boys find other bones and discolored white necklace of small tropical shells. Several days later, a forensic dentist, Dr. Arthur Goldberg of Freehold, New Jersey, compares the skull teeth to those of a 15-year-old girl who had been listed for a decade as missing. Certain teeth had been anatomical features that are almost as distinct as fingerprints, certain grooves and bumps, etc. There were people who thought we knew more than we did, said her friend Pearson. People who thought we knew where she was. People like to invent things. Hey, just like it is today. But you have to hope. I guess we sort of hoped that she had run away. Elizabeth and John Majane sat on a recent night in their living room in an upper middle class neighborhood in Bethesda, Maryland, nearly 3 weeks ago. Two detectives from the Burlington County Major Crimes Unit had brought news of the December 20th discovery. John Majane, a tall, self-employed engineer, let his voice slip back into the past, recounting moments etched into his memory with anguish. It was June 1974, he recalled, and his family had just moved from Bethesda to Moorestown after he accepted a new job with an area marketing group. His 4 sons had difficulty making new friends, but his daughter, blonde and attractive, quickly blended in with girls from some of the town's mostly affluent families. She was class from Word 1, recalled John Majane. Let's see. On summer nights, said Norwood, when the girls had no dates, they frequently met friends at the Moorestown Hangout, the Wawa convenience store on Main Street. Everybody used to hang out around at the Wawa, Pearson said. It was summer and there really wasn't all that much to do. Yep, Wawa, yep. You got it. I'm glad you can repeat what's right on the screen there. Something else was about to change in Carolyn Majane's life, said her parents. The job that had originally drawn John Majane to Moorestown had not gone well, and he decided by midsummer to move his family back to Bethesda. It was mild August now, and the move was scheduled in October. According to police, Carolyn Majane was seen leaving the Wawa about 10 p.m. in the company of 2 or 3 younger girls. See, that's weird. I mean, wouldn't they know something? Police said she apparently had heard about a party and wanted to attend. As the night wore on and Carolyn's brother arrived home, Elizabeth Majane said she had what now seems like a premonition of what was to happen to her daughter. At about 11 p.m., she recalled she got in her car and drove slowly through the empty streets of Moorestown. I drove past a friend's house and didn't see any signs of life, Elizabeth Majane said. I had a funny feeling, a bad feeling. Somehow, though, despite her uneasiness and her daughter's absence, she returned home and managed to sleep. But then, just before dawn, Elizabeth Majane woke in her panic. When she wasn't there, I knew something was wrong. I immediately woke everyone up and said, I know she's dead. That's weird. That's sort of like that, similar to that thing I had with my uncle when he died in the middle of the night, but he was suffering, and I knew that he wasn't suffering anymore. And I told everybody, woke everybody up and said, oh, wow, he died. He's not suffering. And then the next day, it turns out he did die right at that same time. John Majane recalls his wife as being a wreck. Like his wife, he doesn't remember much about the following days except that he went out and drove around while his wife made phone calls. No one, neither Norwood nor Pearson nor other close friends, could tell Elizabeth Majane where to find her daughter. Police records in Moorestown show that a call from Majane was logged in at 6:53 a.m. August 23rd. Stephen Raymond, the Burlington County prosecutor now handling the Majane case, declined to say exactly what those records show about the police department's response, but Elizabeth Majane said she distinctly recalls the conversation. I called the police, and they said, well, we're busy. They weren't very responsive. It was 48 hours before they could do anything, and then nothing much happened. Said Raymond, the standard police response back in 1975 was to wait and see whether or not the person returned home. Some departments waited 24 hours. A lot of them waited 48, some even longer. Police were not only convinced that the girl had run away, said John Majane, but they bluntly refused to investigate. The overall feeling I had, he said, was that they didn't want to spend the money, and the other thing was that they had an attitude. It can't happen in our town. Lieutenant Harry Klatt, now chief of the Moorestown Police, was a member of the force at the time. Although he was not closely involved with the Majane case, Klatt insisted that his department did everything it could. He said the department printed up flyers about the girl's disappearance and put out messages on commercial radio. I remember the investigation was rather intense and time-consuming, he said, and there was a lot of pressure from the family. But the Majanes and several of Carolyn's friends remember only apathy. The police didn't talk to us until about 8 months after it happened. I thought that was pretty strange in itself, and then when they did, they said our stories conflicted. In subsequent months, the family and friends of Carolyn Majane pursued every lead they could think of. Let's see. John Majane began his own search as the years passed and he traveled on business. He always checked telephone books in other cities for his daughter's name. Once he persuaded the Social Security Administration to check their records for his daughter. When he told them his story, he said a woman reviewed his daughter's records. Oh, and that's for the National Center for Missing Exploited Children. When he told them his story, he said a woman reviewed his daughter's records and then told him, "With your permission, we would like to use this as an example of how not to handle this type of thing." There you go. Good job, National Center. That's exactly right. Make an example of how poorly they didn't take it seriously. Sitting in the Mount Holly office, Raymond, the Burlington County prosecutor, said there's a good possibility we'll never determine the cause of death. Just a visual examination of the bones showed no signs of trauma. There were no broken bones. Moreover, he said there is another problem, a significant and disturbing one in the eyes of the detectives handling the case. When Carolyn Majane's bones were collected, he said, the great majority were found, but one bone, the hyoid, could not be located. What are the odds of that? It's a pretty small little bone, though, but and you also didn't find some other bones. It's a horseshoe-shaped bone that goes around the larynx, explained Raymond. It helps determine whether there was strangulation. Because no signs offer evidence that the girl was slain, Raymond has listed the death as suspicious. He indicated that only hope in changing that designation to homicide sits with Donna Fontana, a forensic anthropologist with the New Jersey State Medical Examiner's Office. Let's see. Meanwhile, John and Elizabeth Majane are convinced that their daughter was murdered. Well, of course she was. I mean, it's not even, it's not even really, it's not even in question, really. I mean, look where she was found. Watch this. Yeah. Like right in and there's if you go to a different time of year, you can see there's a little road in there. See, there's this little kind of thing, or little road that goes back there. And who knows what that, let's see what it looked like in 95. Yeah, it was another Lover's Lane thing. So it's probably right down here, and then she was killed and put right there. And let's see how far that is from, I bet you that's 5 or 6 miles at least. Yeah, almost 5 miles to right there. Man. Horrible. And this was on Web Sleuths. Carolyn's body was found in Mount Laurel along Ranacocas Creek. If I remember correctly, is probably 5 miles. In fact, this is how it was kind of like determined by some people where it was. That was off of Web Sleuths. It's pretty cool that they actually had a article on there, but it just blows that they didn't do anything for all those years. And it's also a little bit strange that nobody stumbled upon her. That was her right there. Alright, now I'm going to move on to number 4. Sandra Wood. And this is her right here. She's another one of the really pretty brunettes that are in these case files. But anyways, everybody, don't forget, we are still raising funds for the end of the month. We're about a third of the way to a normal night, but I know normal nights aren't normal anymore because we don't even get, we only have 139 people watching when we used to have 300 just 2 weeks ago until I had my count looked at for being hacked, and then they put it in some weird mode where it hasn't really recovered yet. Thanks, Lee D. Yeah. And let me zoom in. Sandra was too trusting, says her aunt. 16-year-old Sandra Wood was remembered yesterday as an outgoing girl who would sometimes hitchhike to meet friends. She didn't have her car yet, and she was too trusting, recalled her aunt, Miss Joseph W. Herbst, it says, with whom the Ridge High School senior lived on Mountain Road here. Sandra's family believes she must have been hitchhiking early last Tuesday evening after she was last seen walking from a friend's home on Washington Valley Road in Warren Township. Her own house was several miles away. Thank you, Chad Bobinger. And Lee D. The next anyone knew, Sandra was dead, her body brutally beaten on both sides with a blunt instrument, was found Saturday afternoon clad in red bikini panties, a white bra, sweater, and blue socks just off Narrow Baptist Church Road in a wooded area of Union Township. Yeah, so where they're saying she was found is right here, another just out in the middle of nowhere kind of thing. Just right here. And it was on the wooded side. And this road isn't very long. It only goes from here to there. Definitely could have been over here, I guess. But I'm kind of assuming it's more in this area. I think the person drove in, and it could even be right over here, I guess. So that's where her body was found, and then she lived here. I think it's this house right there. And then she had a friend that lived right there. But I think that'll show up in the article here. State and local police were stopping motorists in Washington Valley Road Tuesday night in an effort to find a lead to the bludgeon killing of 16-year-old Sandra Wood of Basking Ridge. The girl, whose partly clad body was found outside of Clinton in Hunterdon County last Saturday, was known to have left the house of a girlfriend in Washington Valley Road, so that's what we just showed. She was going to another home in the area, police said, where she thought another friend would give her a ride back home. The friend wasn't there, and the girl disappeared. Sandra often hitchhiked, police said. And they set up road checks Monday and Tuesday night, stopping hundreds of motorists in the hope that regular travelers in the area roads would remember seeing the girl. Hey, thanks Linda Howell and William Wright. When Sandra's body was found, she had been dead from 1 to 3 days. Police apparently were uncertain of where she had been picked up or where she had been killed.
Love Gray and the Freak Family.
Linda Howe, as in Linda Moulden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Catch her tonight on the Art Bell Show. Yeah, we say that all the time. People in the 70s and even the early 80s would hitchhike. That's just kind of how they got around. 60s, 70s, 80s, that kind of thing. Wasn't really, it wasn't. People obviously thought it wasn't safe even then because parents didn't like their kids to hitchhike, but it was so common. When Sandra's body was found, she had been dead from 1 to 3 days. Police apparently were uncertain of where she had been picked up or where she had been killed. Well, I think she got picked up probably pretty close to where her friend's house is. Although she may have, I don't know, it's not really close to any kind of a freeway. Maybe she walked for a while and then got out to I-78 right here. Because her body was found quite a ways away from any of that. Way over here. The girl died of massive internal injuries inflicted with a blunt weapon. Much of her outer clothing and her purse were missing. Tests were being made to determine if she'd been sexually molested. The Washington Valley Road area where she was visiting before her disappearance is 6 to 7 miles from her home. The girl had been living with an aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. John Herbst of 331 Mountain Road, and that is right here. And it just, I don't know if, it's probably just this whole property is owned by them. And it's hard to tell if it looks more like a newer house. It could be older, but it also looks just the way it looks to me. It looks like one of the newer, nicer houses that people build. But it was right in this area here. Mrs. Herbst said she couldn't believe that anything could happen so close to home. She said Sandra loved life and had loads of friends. She was very active and always wanted to keep busy. Sandra was in the Cooperative Industrial Education Program at Ridge High. As part of the program, worked part-time at DeMaio's Pizzeria in Berkeley Heights. Sandra's body was found by a man walking his dog in Baptist Church Road, Union Township. The area is not far from an exit to, there you go, Route 78. I just said that a minute ago. 3 weeks ago, a 13-year-old girl in that area was raped by an unidentified man. State police are trying to determine if the two attacks were related. That's interesting. So that's what I was saying is her friend's here, and it's a long walk to get to 78 though, right? So it could have just been somebody driving around in the area, kind of scoping for anybody walking around, and then took 78. I'm not sure if you can even exit it there, but well, that's kind of creepy. So you'd have to kind of get off over here and then drive down, take a right. She's found right there. Let's see. State and local police in 3 municipalities joined in an intense investigation this week in the attempt to find the murderer of 16-year-old Sandra Wood of Liberty Corner. Police have concentrated their efforts in Bernards Warren and Bridgewater townships because they are convinced the attractive Ridge High School senior wasn't slain in Union Township where her partially clad body was discovered. See, these are so similar. I mean, just all of these. really bizarre. But as we know, there's at least 2 serial killers that have already been arrested for some of these. One of the things that was kind of, I didn't know what to make of. I mean, it doesn't mean a damn thing at all, but let's see, where is that? Right here. So you can see that picture that he's holding up right there is the same. It looks the same, but it's almost identical, except it's kind of it's flipped. And I guess it's just another one in the set probably, but it's on the other side. But see, his is correct, and there'd be no reason to. And this was out of the newspaper, and you wouldn't be flipping it to put it in the newspaper, so it must have just been part of a series. But it sure looks so similar. I mean, you got the. Looks like a little bit more facing the camera, though. Her face is almost completely facing it, so it's probably just another one in the series of photographs. But anyways, he's out there showing people that picture. Police have concentrated their efforts on Bernard's Warren and Bridgewater Township because they are convinced the attractive Ridge High School senior wasn't slain there. She had lived with her aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Herbst, since her mother died last year. I mean, what a tragedy. Medical examiner Dr. Edwin Albano said Tuesday tests revealed no definite evidence she had been raped, though she was apparently the victim of an attempted sexual assault. Many of the garments she was wearing when last seen alive were missing when her body was found. Sounds just like those other ones, including blue jeans. Again, there's probably some serial killer out there that has a closet full of blue jeans from this era. I mean, it's just it's unreal. Police interviewed dozens of Sandra's friends this week in an attempt to find a clue to her murderer's identity. A few potential suspects were also questioned, a state police sergeant said, but none was being detained as of Tuesday. State Police Sergeant Thomas Walker, who was coordinating the investigation, said police are working under the assumption Sandra wasn't killed where she was found because there were no signs of a struggle in that area. Her wounds were inflicted with a blunt instrument, he said, which hadn't been identified or located. Among the possibilities being investigated, because we've had, remember the case with the brick to the head? Among the possibilities being investigated, Sergeant Walker said, is the connection between Sandra's murder and the slaying or rapes of other young girls in nearby communities within the past year. He cited the murder of a teenager in East Brunswick in July, the killing of a girl in Manville recently, and the rape of a 13-year-old girl 3 weeks ago, 2 miles from where Sandra's body was found. So, there you go. Anyways, that's all there is for that one. Crazy. Just, I mean, how many of these sound just the same, right? They're at a friend's house or something, and they're just sort of walking down the street, and then boom, they're gone. It's unreal. All right. So I'm going to take, that was episode 4, or the 4th one. Episode 7 of the New Jersey girls' murders. But I have 4 more to go. So I'm going to take a break here for a minute. And then just feel the love, you know. While the break's playing, you know, Gray's out there getting all this stuff together. Let's see. I'm going to put I'll just do the rap one. I like that. Wow, Charlianne had a kid named Michael Myers for a few minutes there. Holy crap. That's unreal. Thanks, Miss Red Badger. Thanks, Lee D. At least you try. You try to help me out, but months. I don't know who that girl is there. I wonder if I should put the name of people on there. I don't know. Oh, that one's sideways. I gotta fix that one. Yeah. This is gonna be a struggling month. I can tell you that right now. Especially since we only, like for example, right now we only have 110 people here, you see? We used to have 250 just on a regular night, you know? It was just sort of automatic. But YouTube did something to my account after I reported it as being perhaps hijacked, right? And so now it just sort of, I don't know what's going on. I know some people can find it, but it's not in the same groove that it was in. Thanks, Mary Clark and Zozo. Yeah, it's and it takes a long time to try to get into a groove like that, but unfortunately, it's out of it, and I don't really know how to get back. Sometimes I just want to bail, you know. I said that the other day. I just want to go and just start over again somewhere. You know, it just feels. It's strange. Sometimes you get in this little YouTube algorithm thing. Like my account can't comment on another channel. It says, "Oh, you're." They have to approve every comment that I make, and I can't comment on super chats. That means my account is being treated by Google or whatever the hell it is, and with some way. I don't know, and. So that makes me feel like there's something to that, but none of the people at Google or YouTube know how to help anybody. It's crazy. I don't know, it's just sort of I wouldn't do it, but I just feel like it sometimes. Some days I just sit there and go, jeez. I mean, you put so many hours of work in, and then YouTube just screws you over, and nobody's gets your, you know, people get notified, but it's not the same as it was. I don't know how to explain it. You guys can see it though, right? I mean, 109 people, that's crazy, right? That's not even close to what it used to be. It's Lay. Lorelei Lee. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but it's just been since I had my account reviewed and they hid it. They hid it from being searchable, right? And it's just been since that time. It was doing fine just up until then. Nah, that's not what it is, Jennifer, but yeah. It was literally the day after they said, hey, we're going to have to lower your accounts, or make your account invisible in case the guy, if you did get hijacked, we don't want him putting out videos, that person putting out videos that you didn't put out. So we're going to make your account invisible. Right? And then they said, oh, we set it back now. Okay, but that must have done something, When they did that, it changed something, and that's why it's like that. Yeah, you said it's Laura Lay Lee, didn't you? Yeah. I don't know. I definitely might try to switch to another platform or something at some point. I don't know. Maybe I'll stream on 2 different ones, but focus more on the other ones. This is crazy. To spend that many hours, getting your shit together for a show, literally like 8 for this one. And then all of a sudden you get onto the show and you got 108 people watching. Jesus. Give me a break. And it's not worth it. It's not worth my time. Here's the thing is I can't do a show where it just be like, hey, and show up for an hour goofing around or some shit on here. So for me, it has to be one of those things where it's worth it. Like for me, it's great covering crime, but I would do something that was literally way shorter and everything just to get something out there. And I wouldn't be able to afford to put the amount of time in. You see the difference? Like if I spend 8 hours, like I would say at least 6 hours I spent putting all the files together for this show, and then I do a 3-hour show, right? That's 9 hours. Then I have my other job. So if you do a show and you come on there and you do 9 hours, and let's say you get $80 in super chats. It's like $8 an hour. I don't think any of you guys would go do any work for that amount, would you? And that's just kind of what I'm talking about. And not only that, I take literally, I would say half of the income that's actually given to me, like after taxes, it's more probably like 40%. I give away to charity. So I've given away $18,000 to charity this year, okay? And that's why it's worth doing the hard work. But if it's not generating the income, then what's the point of it at that point? It's like then you're not helping anybody. You're also not being compensated for your time, and that's why it's frustrating now that they got me on something where there's only 108 people watching right now, and it was maxed out at 150. You see what I'm saying? So, gonna have to see how it goes here, but I just can't keep doing it like that. This sucks. I wonder why that always goes from. So if I'm on. Oh, I wonder if does it do that for every one of them? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Boom. Okay. But it was weird how it went from the freaks wearing the freaks wearing their gear with the jail cell. I'm not sure why it would do that. Which ones, Elena? Which ones are you talking about? Not sure what you're referring to there. Thank goodness for law enforcement finding all those children missing. You mean that, like that sting they found the other day where they found a bunch of people? That one? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was like that trafficking thing. I don't know what she was referring to. Been a lot of those stings going on. Yeah. Well. Hey, they got the vaccine out, but apparently it had nothing to do with what is it, warp speed? Had nothing to do with that, of course. Bullshit. That's such bullshit, you know. See, now even the vaccine being created is political. You can't give any credit. There's no way in hell they would have rushed to get it done that fast like that without all that shit going on. Give me a break. You know what they should do is just hopefully another person gets theirs out quicker and it's better, and you just eliminate them from getting a nickel from the government. Yeah, cool. All right, I'm gonna get on to the next case here. And this one's it doesn't have a picture. That's all they had on this site. And I really doubt she looks like that. Right here. Yeah, it's nothing there. But autopsy may resolve case. An autopsy was to be performed today to determine the cause of death of a 28-year-old woman who was discovered lying on her bedroom floor yesterday afternoon. Hey, thanks, Charlie Ann, or Michael Myers' mom. Right? Yeah. The body of Mrs. Ann Gorham of 15 Arlington Avenue. So I have that one, too. So she lived right here. Right there, see? Even says 15.
It's hard out here for a pimp just trying to make some money for the rent flinnande ansikte med svettdroppe.
That actually sounds more like Eastern Bloc. Nostrovia. No, I know you guys do all you can, but that's the whole thing is when there's a bunch more people, there's a better chance, you know. But I'm just telling you, I gotta tell you the reality. Linda Howe. Oh, I wouldn't quit doing a show. It might be where I did it every single day or something, and you'd hope that a lot of people showed up for the one or the three. I don't know. I haven't even really thought about it. It's hard to think about not doing a show every single day, but anyway. The body of Miss Ann Gorham of 15 Arlington Avenue was discovered by her husband Ronald at 4:45 p.m. when he returned from work, according to Detective Richard McCabe of the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office. Miss Gorham was pronounced dead at Perth Amboy General Hospital after her husband had notified police and rescue squad, according to McCabe. Dr. Marvin Schuster, Chief Middlesex County Medical Examiner. Detectives from... Hey, thanks, Berserker Loci.
Thanks for everything you do, great. We appreciate you always dancing.
Let's see how close I was right there. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do, Gray. We appreciate you.
That was close.
Nördansikte, snurrande hjärtan, flinnande ansikte med leende ögon.
Come on, I was pretty close, right? I mean, just... I should have got Mary Lou, though.
Thank you, what are you doing?
What the hell was that, Mary Lou? Jesus.
No, I was just trying to imitate it. Jeez, what a maroon.
Let's see. The woman was discovered by her husband, from whom she was separated. So it's kind of strange that she was, you know, this is one of those ones where it reminds me, it doesn't seem to fit in with the rest of these. There's a couple like that. Let's see. Detectives from the borough's police force and prosecutor's office combed the area and interviewed neighbors last night, but there was general agreement that the autopsy will provide the major clue. The woman was discovered by her husband, from whom she's separated from, in a pinkish white short nightgown, lying flat on her back in the bedroom, according to Detective Sergeant Alexander Karanowski, or however you say that. Although police confiscated no weapons from the house, they locked the house and posted a sign on the front door: "Crime scene, keep out, Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office." I have no backup drug. Oh, thanks, Victoria. Nah, it's just some nights I'm just like, oh. Like there was a crazy night the other night. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. I don't want it to be where, you know, there was a night where after 4 hours, it was like 3 hours in, I had $32 after researching for 6, and then it was a miracle when I think it was like Stacy and somebody else came in. Yeah. And see, that's the sad part, is when you have way more people, it works better like that. Yeah, see, Roy is the troll. He always sends me emails. Yeah, well, guess what, Roy? I'm going to go over all of them. I'm going to keep doing it, too, okay? Yeah, and they're all different people, Roy. Okay, Roy? Yeah. So, I'm doing them because they're all different people, Roy. You get what? No, it's not advice, you idiot, okay? You're a clown, okay? You're probably one of the people that wants to go over to the Chris Watts channel and literally have the same case every 2 seconds, okay? I'm talking about a different person in the series every single night. There's like 40 different people. Is that okay with you? No, it's going to be that way because I don't put Morphew and Watts in the headline, okay? Roy's an idiot. You know, he's just...
Well, then you stick with that then. Here's what you need to do.
Okay, what should I be covering, Roy? What case should I be covering right now? Give me a hint. Chris Watts? Morphew? Let me know, okay? Yeah, okay, I might get rid of this guy.
Okay, bye.
Alright, let's see. Although police confiscated no weapons from the house, they locked the house and posted a sign on the front door, "Crime scene, keep out, Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office." And you guys remember last night I covered something totally different and still had the same numbers. So, at this point, we don't know what we have, Karnowski said. But it was murder. We'll have to search for clues in the house. The sign doesn't necessarily mean we suspect murder or suicide. The autopsy will tell us everything or tell us nothing. Both Karnowski and McCabe said there were no obvious signs of violence in the house. See, this is another one, remember? There's like nothing disturbed. No blood was found near the body. However, they said surface wounds were found on Mrs. Gorman's body and would be examined today. Mrs. Gorman was a native of East Brunswick and moved here 6 years ago, according to police. She was the mother of 2 children, Christine 4 and Annette 9, a student of Corpus Christi School. Miss Gorman's husband lives on Whitehead Avenue. Police said he returned to his wife's house yesterday to pick up parts of his motorcycle. Yeah, so he said that's why he came back, to pick up parts for his motorcycle. And let's see, detectives are attempting to trace the last hours of a 28-year-old South River woman whose scantily clad body was discovered on her bedroom floor Tuesday afternoon. Officers from the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office and the South River Police want to find out who may have visited Mrs. Ann Gorman, or who might have been seen in the neighborhood. Ronald Gorman, the woman's estranged husband, has been questioned about the murder and was to be given a lie detector test today, according to a source close to the investigation. An autopsy by Dr. Marvin Schuster, Chief Middlesex County Medical Examiner, disclosed that Miss Gorman died of suffocation. There also were injuries to the neck and abdomen, although no details of these were released. But the source said the broken blade... Listen to this. This is just like one of those other ones, right? Yeah, see, now he's signed back on with another one. Well, no, because I don't agree with you, Roy. I've already explained it, Roy, you idiot. What I explained is that my account was being reviewed by Google because some idiot like you tried to hack into it, you dipshit, okay? So after that, it dropped dramatically because they made it so my account wasn't searchable. Do you get that, Roy, you idiot? Okay? See, what's weird about idiots like Roy is they don't use their real name, right? So they come in here and they just say whatever the hell they want to say. Okay, get the hell out of here. Have a good one, you dipshit.
Okay, bye.
Roy the loser, Roy the roving idiot. Goes around YouTube like a moron without a brain. Well, I guess most don't, but... Yeah, so now this sounds like a couple of the other ones we talked about right here. But the source said the broken blade of a steak knife was found protruding from the woman's abdomen when the body was discovered. Because no blood was discovered near the body, investigators have concluded the knife wound occurred several hours after Mrs. Gorman's death. Wow. See, that almost makes it seem like somebody was trying to stage it as something. The source said the knife matched knives found in the victim's kitchen. So what they do, hang out there for hours? That's a little interesting right there. Did you guys all take off or something? Not sure what's going on.
Oh, okay. That was weird. The pop out that I had stopped scrolling. There we go. Okay. Police were notified of the death of the victim's husband, who was not living at 15 Arlington Avenue. Gorman, who has been living in Whitehead Avenue, told police he went to the house to pick up parts of a motorcycle and found his wife on her back on the bedroom floor. Police said he was wearing only a short nightgown. See, it doesn't sound like they had any kids, though, so, I'm not sure what the motive. I mean, it sort of depends, like if they separated because she was seeing somebody else, or how that went. But police said she was wearing only a short nightgown. Detective Captain William A. Keyes of Prosecutor J. Judson Hamilton staff said that County Detective Richard McCabe and Bureau Detective Alexander Karanowski have been trying to locate anyone who spoke with Miss Gorman earlier on Tuesday. Investigators said there was no evidence of robbery, nor was she sexually attacked. See, that's where it kind of makes it seem like it's somebody who knew her and was angry with her and killed her. There was no sexual assault, even though she was in a relative state of disrobe. She had like a nightgown on, right? Yeah. The investigation is centered on... Well, kids make it a lot worse, though, for them. Yeah, I was just saying there might have been some other things that made it toxic. That's what I was saying about maybe she was seeing somebody else, or, maybe he was seeing somebody else, then they got divorced, and he wanted to get back to her, but she wasn't going to do it, but he was controlling type, and because she, didn't want to get back together with him, he got really angry, and he went over there. I mean, I think it's interesting that he was over at the house, he claims, to get bicycle parts and then found her there. I mean, what are the odds of that? Thanks, Jessica Schubach. Miss Gorman was born in New Brunswick and lived in East Brunswick before moving to South River years ago. The investigation is centered on determining whether Mrs. Gorman had any visitors between Monday afternoon and her husband's discovery of the body at 4:45. Yeah, but I mean, how long was the person there? Because you said the knife was put into her body hours after she was dead, right? Because no blood was discovered near the body, investigators have concluded the knife wound occurred several hours after Miss Gorman's death. And they want to know any visitors between Monday afternoon and her husband's discovery at 4:45. Well, afternoon is, 12 or 1, and then several hours would put it right around 4. And so the husband, look at this is what it is to me, this is a likely scenario. Watch this. The husband's over there. He gets over there at 1 to do whatever he's going to do, and then they got in a big argument. This is speculation, everybody. He kills her. And then he's just kind of sitting around going, oh my, he's panicking. He's wondering what he can do to sort of stage it up a little bit. And then way later, he takes a knife and plunges it into her to make it throw people off or something. And he probably really cleaned everything up, made sure there was no fingerprints on the knife and things like that. I don't know. They may have actually been able to verify where he was, but I don't know how they would have. He was just at his house. Jessica Schubach. Hey, thank you, Meredith McKenzie. There we go. Boom. Meredith McKenzie. Ah, jeez, Zozo. God, give me a break. Oh, boy. Psychobabble. That's a Gene Fish type comment right there. He was impotent. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need to use a knife to... Let's see. Thanks, Meredith McKenzie. She always does the 1 penny short of the cat eye donation. On purpose, too. She hates it, she said. Miss Gorman was born in New Brunswick and lived in East Brunswick. Mrs. Gorman is also survived by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Moore, and her brother, James, a former member. So she didn't have any kids. And she's only 28. And I don't remember if it said how old her husband, or, yeah, strange husband is. Police interrogate several in South River death. Ronald Gorman, who reported finding his estranged wife dead in her South River home on Tuesday, was questioned again yesterday by detectives. Detective Lieutenant James G. Caffrey Jr., who heads Prosecutor Judson Hamilton's homicide squad, said there was nothing new in the investigation and would attach no special significance. Well, the special significance is you haven't been able to clear him. That's why you interviewed him yet again. He explained officers are questioning a number of persons in the search for the killer of 28-year-old Ann Gorham, who was found dead in her bedroom of her home at 15 Arlington Avenue. Gorman has been living on Whitehead Avenue, South River. Telephone Borough Police about 4:45 Tuesday reporting he found his wife wearing only a short nightgown, sprawled on her back in the bedroom. Caffrey declined to comment on a report that Gorman had undergone a polygraph examination at the prosecutor's office. Despite a report that a broken blade of a steak knife was found in Mrs. Gorman's abdomen, the autopsy by Dr. Marvin Schuster, Chief Middlesex County Medical Examiner, disclosed she had actually died of suffocation. Right. Because you said in the previous article that she was already dead, and then hours later the knife was plunged into her. Her neck and abdomen also bore bruises. So that seems like, you know, you're in that anger, a sort of like a domestic violence situation, and then the knife later. Circumstances of the knife, according to one source, led detectives to believe the knife wound could have been inflicted after she was dead. The knife was apparently similar to others in a set found in the woman's kitchen. I mean, I guess couldn't it also be possible, though, that she was strangled to death, and then she dies, and then as soon as her heart stops beating, but the person doesn't know it, he stabs her one more time, and no blood comes out because there's no pumping. So couldn't it have really been right then? Now, we've gone through all that, Gene. You must have missed it. You know, they said it was between the afternoon and 4:45. And they said that the knife could have been 3 hours after. So that means, 1, 2 o'clock, something like that. Ms. Gorman is also survived by her parents. You were doing so well, Gene. You were doing so well. He got mad at her for being dead. Yeah, there you go. Well, that's definitely possible, too. He's like, you made me do this. He's stewing around the house, and he's angry, like, you made me do this. Boom. Services for Miss Gorman will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay, well, anyways, that is it for that case. There wasn't any, and there was no image of her either. Or actually, that was the one that didn't have a picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that was Gorman. Now we have another case like that. Rocky Hill mother found slain, and she also doesn't have an image of her. But I have all the locations again. This is the home. This one's a weird one to me. The death of a 37-year-old Rocky Hill mother of 3 whose body was found in the back of her car near Research Road yesterday afternoon has been called a homicide by the state police. The body of Mrs. Sandra Carol Kucks of 6 Merritt Lane was discovered in the back of the family station wagon at 3:36 p.m. So that's her home right there, or was. That looks like that's probably most likely been there. Maybe a couple updates on it. And this is 1976. Okay, so back of the family station wagon at 3:36 p.m. on a gravel road near the Kepner-Trago Company, according to state police from the Hopewell Barracks, who are heading the investigation. Police would not say how Miss Kucks died or what led them to suspect that she had been killed. Let's see. Police said Miss Kucks had been dead several hours before her body was found in the back of her early 1970s model Ford station wagon. She had been reported missing by her husband, Howard Hucks, Jr., at about 9:45 a.m. The body was discovered by employees of Kepner-Trago who became suspicious about the car sitting on a company property. There are now no suspects in the case, according to a police spokesman. Contacted at home last night, the victim's husband said he was very upset and could not discuss his wife's death. Nothing out of the ordinary was noticeable on Merritt Lane last night. In the affluent neighborhood where Sandra Kucks lived, front porch lights sparingly dotted the curving street, and the occasional hum of a passing car was the only sound that could be heard at 10:30 p.m. Hey, speaking of humming sound, I was able to, first time I fixed it, the garbage disposal into the sink was like, and then it turns off. So I watched a YouTube video, and it was so clear, it was amazing. It was like a 4-minute YouTube video. I even had the little wrench in a drawer somehow. And, you go in there, clear shit out, and you move it around a little bit. And I was able to get it working again. I was so proud of it. Every time I've heard the humming before, I've had to actually, I just go get a new one. I didn't even know you could fix. I thought it just meant it was broken or something. And that's so much work. The body was discovered by employees. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary was noticeable on Merritt Lane last night. Neighbors said the Kucks children, Candy 12, Missy 7, and Bruce 5, had been playing in the neighborhood early in the evening, as they usually do. The neighbors added that they thought the children had not been told their mother had been killed earlier in the day, obviously. Yeah, I mean, how do you tell kids that? It's just... Yeah, YouTube is pretty much the answer to everything. Seriously. The video I watched was so great. It was 4 minutes long, really good lighting in there, looked exactly like mine. It was pretty sweet. Answers elude probers. Sometime between 9 p.m. Monday, when she left her Rocky Hill home in the family station wagon, now we got a little bit more info, and 3:30 p.m. the next afternoon, Miss Sandra Carol Kucks, I think it's going to be in the evening that something happened to her. She wasn't like hiding from anybody. So wherever she was going, I haven't figured that out. I haven't read it yet to know, but wherever she was going at 9 p.m., something happened to her there. So let's see what it says. 3:30 p.m. the next afternoon when she was found. A 37-year-old mother of 3 was strangled to death and left partially clad in the back of her car. So now you know it's not the husband, because a husband, unless they were just really clever, isn't going to leave her partially clad. You wouldn't be, there's no need for him to be sexually assaulting. And don't go, well, Gray, there is rape between the parent, the husband and wife. Okay, great. I think something else happened to her in this one. Questions as to where Mrs. Kucks had gone, who she had seen, and where she met her death during the 18 and a half hour period remained unanswered last night. At 6 Merritt Lane, where the slain woman lived for 10 years with their husband, Howard, and children aged 12, 7, and 5, arrangements were made for a quiet private funeral. According to police, Miss Kucks, an active tennis player, she's 37 years old, and a volunteer worker at the nearby Princeton Medical Center, did not indicate where she was going when she left the home Monday night. When she asked last night, her husband said he did not want to discuss the matter. See, that's a little bit, Patrick Frazee-ish, oh yeah, I don't really want to talk about it. As far as police were able to learn, she was last seen alive at home. Her husband, 38, reported Miss Kucks missing at 9:45. So, I guess, it is possible that he set it up to make it look like that. But if she did leave, then he would be the last known person to have seen her alive, right? And as we've learned in a lot of these cases, you have the perfect suspect. You remember the one the other night where the girl, they got in a fight, she got out of the car, the boyfriend claimed, then he drove home and she never made it home, and she literally was picked up by a serial killer and killed. Okay. But it seemed like he was the one, right? Preliminary autopsy results released yesterday by the state medical examiner's office in Newark indicated only that the death had been caused by strangulation. Pending the results of a detailed report, police will not know whether a weapon was used in the killing or whether the slain woman was sexually abused. Apart from neck injuries, there were no other wounds on the body. Police said the detailed report will not be in for several days. As of last night, the investigation had come up against a stone wall. That's crazy. Just literally 2 days into it. So these are all in order, 15th, 16th, and 17th of September. So this is September 14th is when she was killed, 1976, on September 14th. And that was, the articles were from the 15th, 16th, now this is the 17th. Miss Sandra C. Kucks of Rocky Hill, whose partially clad body was found here Tuesday, died of strangulation. State Police Lieutenant Joseph Barczyk said tests have not been completed to determine if the victim was sexually molested. He said robbery was apparently not the motive. So again, you're in the husband realm again, right? Was not the motive because just a rapist killer type. But that also now includes, the husband wouldn't be needing to rob anybody, right? Not the and it doesn't, but it just doesn't make sense to me. They were married. They had, and we don't know what their personal life was like, but right. How about we don't put in what you're already guessing at? We're not going to get the answer. It doesn't matter, and we'll just keep going through these. Robbery was apparently not the motive because the deceased jewelry and a wallet were left behind. He said there are no suspects yet. The body of the 37-year-old mother of 3 was found in her station wagon in a night.
Okay, bye.
The body of 37-year-old mother of 3 was found in her station wagon in an isolated spot of off Research Road about 3:30 p.m. She left her home about 9:30 the night before without saying where she was going, which is kind of weird. Private funeral services. All right, now we got one more. This is 8 days later, so hopefully this has more in it. Police still have no suspects in the death of Mrs. Sandra Kucks, who was found strangled in the back of her car. Detective Sergeant George Justin of the State Police, Hopewell Barracks, said it's still unknown how Mrs. Kucks' body got to the property of the Kepner-Tego Incorporated plant or where she had been in the 18 and a half hours before her death. We're still looking, he said. Where she'd been in the 18 hours. Oh, so they think they have the time of death where there's an 18 and a half hour window, I guess. That's kind of weird. So that sort of makes it does seem like the husband isn't involved, doesn't it? Because where would she have been for those 18 and a half hours? Unless she really wasn't missing. Like, how do we know for sure that she left the house at 9 p.m., right? Because it says the victim, who was found strangled and partially clad on the secluded road, had left her home at 6 Merritt Lane in Rocky Hill at 9 p.m. September 13th without telling her family where she was going. But then you also have to put right there, according to the husband, right? Police still do not know her whereabouts in the hours between, or her hours before her body was found at 3:30 p.m. the next afternoon. Well, I mean, I don't know. Can you prove how long the car was there? Or? Lieutenant Joseph Barczyk has ruled out robbery as a motive for the slaying the day after Mrs. Kucks found, because all her personal belongings, including a wallet and jewelry, were found. At the time, Barczyk said the investigation had come up against a stone wall. Justin said nothing substantial has been learned. Although police do not believe Mrs. Kucks was raped, they will not know for sure until toxicological reports are completed. Well, let's see what this thing says. Monday evening murder, September 14th. Last seen leaving the home at 9 p.m. in her Ford station wagon. So she was seen, but who saw her? If it's only the husband that saw her, then it gets really dicey at that point. In her Ford station wagon, 6 Merritt Lane, Rocky Hill, Montgomery, New Jersey, found 19 hours later in the back seat of her station wagon. So that's kind of where you would put somebody. Like if you were going to carry him out to the car, right? So this was kind of weird. I mean, and she's on a gravel road leading to Kepner-Tego plant on Research Road in Montgomery, approximately a mile from her home. Now, let's just say the husband has nothing to do with it. You know, they looked into him, obviously, right? And then you go like, wow, that's crazy then. So wherever she went, she was alive for 18 hours. So if you look at it from that angle, that's crazy, right? Hey, Steve. No, it's just a tennis lackey, Gene. It was just a guy that she met playing tennis. It wasn't the pro. It was just... And where that was associated with her home, there's her home right there. I mean, you could definitely make an argument, unless they absolutely have proof that, how do you know in the middle of the night that she wasn't killed at home, put into the station wagon, driven to this little road here, then the guy walks back to the house, calls police later. Let's see, what time was the call made? By her husband, Howard. So when was she reported missing? Body Miss Center. So had he reported her missing yet? Because her body was found the following day at 3:36. Did he even... Let's see. Medical examiner pronounced her dead at the scene, 5:20. Okay, she had been reported missing by her husband at about 9:45 a.m. See, but that's weird. Okay? If she left at 9 o'clock at night, wouldn't you be calling in that she's missing at maybe midnight? But you did it at 9:45 a.m. now. And so maybe that means you were a little bit busy, right? That's kind of weird. Does it put a 1 if you think it's odd that if she left the house at 9 o'clock with kids at home and him, that he waited till 9:45 in the morning to call her, report her missing. I mean, here's the thing. You could say, well, I fell asleep and then I got up and I waited a couple... Well, listen. Let me ask you this. If any of your wife or your spouses were missing, would any of you even be able to go to sleep? Honestly? Like if they weren't home when they were supposed to be home. Like if my wife said, I'm going to the store, and then she came back. I mean, she didn't come back. I'm not waiting until 9 in the morning. I'm not sleeping at all. I'm literally going to be calling and... No, I start freaking out. It's crazy. Right. Yeah, so he calls at 9:45 and then she's discovered at 3:36 that same day. So we know for sure, well, he calls at 9:45. But look how easy this is. Let me just throw this scenario out here. Let's assume it's the husband now. They're getting in fights all the time. Maybe there's a life insurance policy. Who the hell knows, right? He kills her here. Then sometime late at night when the kids are all sleeping, he kills her in the house late at night, strangles her. That's why, and that's quiet. It's a little bit, I don't want to bring up some of these other cases, but it's quiet in there, right? So you're in there strangling, and then it's quiet, and then and maybe she's disrobed because she didn't have much on, and he put a shirt on. What was it saying that she was wearing? Let's do that part again. Early on, it said, discovered in the back of the family station wagon. The body was discovered by employees, and they became suspicious about the car. There was no suspect in the case, according to a police spokesman. Contacted at home last night, the victim's husband said he was very upset and could not discuss his wife's death. Nothing out of the ordinary was noticeable on Merritt Lane. Affluent. Let's see. Lights sparingly. Okay, just a second. I want to get the exact wording of it. Left partially clad. Okay? So if you're at home late at night and you're in bed sleeping and you get strangled, aren't you partially clad right at that moment, right? I mean, you're partially clad. Most people sleep partially clad, right? Like you're, underwear and a t-shirt. Right? So she strangled in her bed or something like that, then moved into the station wagon. That's why she's in the back seat, because you're not going to put her in the front seat. You put her in the back seat so she's low, and driving by, nobody's going to see anything. So you get in the station wagon, and then you drive just down here. And back then, let me go back a few years to 1995 even, and look, it's a lot different. It's a lot more secluded, isolated. And then you go back 20 years before this, there's probably hardly any cars at all there. So you look at it now, it's different. So he parks the car there, then gets out of the vehicle, walks back home, right down here. Look how close that is. It's literally, as a crow flies, I bet that's not even a mile. 0.58 miles. It's only 3/4 of a mile. Easy walk. You walk back, and you do it late at night, so nobody's going to notice you walking. So you do this at like 3 in the morning. Then you go home. You sort of go back to sleep, but you don't really sleep because you know what you've just done. And you sort of 9:45, you call in and say, hey, she's missing, after you've made sure that everything in the house looks good. Okay, there you go. That's my speculation attempt. I mean, I think that sounds pretty reasonable, especially if the only fact they have that, oh, she was seen leaving at 9:30 is from him. Forget it. Okay? All right, so that one's finished. Now we're moving on to number 7 now, I guess. Yeah, we've done Sandra and Gorman, right? Yeah, that was a short one. Now we're on number 7. Ruth Brooks. And this is her. I don't know if this one's part of it either, just based on the but who knows? It's pretty crazy. So she's the first black victim that we've had during this, and there's another one later. There's more cases. And hey, guess what, suckers? I'm going to keep covering them until I'm done with the whole list. Okay? It'll probably be just one more episode, though. And suckers, I'm talking to the people that, I can't watch that. I need a daily dose of Morphew. If you're not going to cover Morphew, I'm not watching. Yeah. All right, so here we go. We've got the Ruth Brooks case right here. Daughter finds mother's body. A 6-year-old girl discovered the body of her mother bound with bed sheets. See, this doesn't sound like a normal domestic violence case, though. See, that's why this is the killer in this case doesn't seem like a domestic violence situation. Covered the body of her... Okay, 6-year-old girl discovered the body of her mother bound with bed sheets in her home, police said. Ruth Brooks died yesterday after being struck in the head with a blunt instrument, police said. Her ankles had been tied to her wrists with bed sheets, police said. So she was hogtied. I mean, that's not like something that your boyfriend or somebody does. That's something that it's planned out. You're doing... you're in the serial killer type realm at that point. You're doing some weird shit. Not a lot of people get hogtied out there on just random assaults. Police said they had neither a suspect nor a motive in the murder. The murder weapon was not found. Mrs. Brooks' daughter, Nicole, who told a neighbor she found her mother murdered, told police she made breakfast for herself and her brother Randolph for, and then took him outside to play. Police said she was unable to give any information about the incident. Huh. She said she made breakfast for herself and her brother. Oh, weird. Okay. Police in Trenton confirm murder. A Trenton woman, the mother of 2 young children, has been found slain in her home here. Police confirmed yesterday. Police said Ruth Brooks, 28, was found in her blood-stained bed by 2 policemen. Let's see. Let me get to... And her home was just apparently just in this area. They didn't have the exact location. Police said Brooks, 28, was found in her blood-stained bed by 2 policemen. Mrs. Brooks had been employed since May 16th as a file clerk in the office of the counsel of the governor. Police said she'd been stabbed several times. Well, that's kind of interesting. Makes you wonder if she stumbled across something. Police said she had been stabbed several times and struck on the head. Her ankles and wrists were bound with strips of bedsheet. See how that's not like a domestic thing? So somebody sat in there and ripped up strips of sheet off the bed and she'd been gagged and was found dressed only in her underclothes. Her wrists were bound with strips of bedsheet and she'd been gagged. This is more. This is kind of like some of the other ones. There's a couple others that are similar. The police description of the case said Mrs. Brooks' children, Nicole 6 and Randolph 4, had called a neighbor Monday afternoon after they became worried by their mother's failure to come out of her bedroom. The children played outside Monday morning after the older one fixed their breakfast. Wow. Nicole asked Anita Cribbs, the neighbor, if she had seen their mother. She told him she had not seen Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Cribbs said the children came back a little later with an older boy and told her Mrs. Brooks was tied up. She said the older boy said, "Looks to me like she's dead." Police said yesterday they had not found the murder weapon or weapons. Miss Cribbs told police the children told her a man stayed in their mother's bedroom Sunday night and that he kept saying he was going to kill her. Yeah, see, but did she even know that person? That's the thing. It could have just been a guy in there that was totally... she knew her kids were so young they weren't going to be able to do anything and had her basically controlled this whole time. And he thought that the kids thought, oh yeah, it's a date or something, but it wasn't. How crazy. Because what happened to her isn't something, like I said, typically that a domestic violence situation, tearing up sheets and hog-tying somebody, gagging them. It could be somebody she knew, perhaps. Dr. Savaris Ahmed of the Mercer County Medical Examiner's Office performed an autopsy that disclosed numerous stab wounds inflicted with a blunt weapon. Youth service officials were reportedly trying to place the Brooks children with relatives or friends. Miss Cribbs told police the children told her a man stayed in their mother's bedroom Sunday night and that he kept saying he was going to kill her. See, that kind of thing, hearing that sounds like she may have known the person, but the person was a psycho. And so Sunday night, and is this Monday morning? Let me see, what day is this? This is Wednesday. A Trenton woman, the mother of 2 children, has been found slain in her home here, police confirmed yesterday. So that would have been Tuesday. Police said Ruth Brooks, 28, was found in her blood-stained bed by 2. Let me go back to that first one. So this is on Tuesday here. A 6-year-old girl discovered the body of her mother bound with bed sheets in their home, police said. Ruth Brooks died yesterday. There you go. So that would make it Monday, since this is Tuesday. Huh. So she was stabbed. So that means the guy that was in the room and the kids are too young, they're not going to be able to... But that's the killer right there. God, how crazy. Jeez. And there was only 3 articles on it, and it just disappeared out of the news. Again, I mean, this is the whole race thing. You know, like I've said 1,000 times, just by doing the show, anytime I cover cases with black people, the news doesn't cover them anywhere near the same amount. Like these articles that I'm looking at are just the 30th, 31st, and that's it. Not one mention again after that. It just blows, you know. A Trenton woman, the mother of 2 young children, has been found slain in her home. Miss Brooks had been employed. I think a lot of this is just repeat information. She had a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. Yeah. Miss Cribbs called police who said yesterday they had not found the murder weapon. Miss Cribbs told police the children told her a man stayed in the mother's bedroom Sunday night and that he kept saying he was going to kill her. Man, can you imagine those kids having to listen to that all night? Crazy. All right, I'm going to take, I got one more to do, but I'm going to take another break again. I'm going to play some music for you guys. That one, our favorite song, everybody. What do you guys think of that last one? Do you think it's somebody, like it's straight up domestic violence, or somebody she may have known that went in there? Or just some random killer? Because, I mean, the way she was tied up and everything, it could be somebody that knew her and liked her. She wouldn't, succumb to his advances toward her. And then he took out his rage on her, tied her up. Yeah, just a short time. I think I agree with that. Yeah. You're probably right about that. Stalker type. Hasn't known her that long. Yeah. And so I think just somebody that barely knew her doesn't make it a domestic violence thing. It has to be a boyfriend or Thanks, Lee D. Look at that happy face. That doesn't sound like a fling to me. Yeah. A fling means that she would have willingly be having sex, and this guy doesn't seem like that at all. Maybe got the wrong word there. Maybe he's known her but never gave him a chance. Yeah, something like that, yeah. And then he goes in there one night. Yeah, it could be something like that. I mean, it's interesting that she worked for the governor. S&M Partners. No, Darlene, that's not correct. Man, I almost need to, do something like...
Bitch, please.
Chewbacca?
No, Darlene, it was not S&M Partners. No, did you not listen? The rip sheets were for tying her hands up. What are you talking about? The killers do that shit all the time. S&M Partners. You sound like you watched too many replays of my recreational mummification video or something. Yeah, it wasn't an S&M deal, okay? She got stabbed to death and killed, okay? And she was tied up, and the person kept saying he was going to kill her.
Well, Gray, don't you know, that's what they do with those. They sort of fake, they make it look like they're really angry and stuff. And the S&M thing, they sort of fake domination type stuff,
What does it got to do with that, though?
No, you're right. Yeah, nothing at all. Thanks.
Yeah.
Chewbacca?
Right.
I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Recreational mummification is all the rage now, everybody. Check it out, Darlene. I think you'll absolutely love it. What they do is they wrap you up in saran wrap with just barely any breathing holes in there. Of course, it can end up in death for some people. And as I said on my show, it's very cool where I live. I went to the gym the other day, and there was a racquetball court, a place for yoga, hot yoga, and another room that said recreational mummification. It was unbelievable. And the amount of people that went in there for the mummification, crazy. Anyways, yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Come up with a different one, Darlene. Thanks. All right? Come up with a different one, Darlene. That was probably one of the... You're right up there with some of the other comments out there.
Gray, that's so mean.
Oh. There you go. I'm in jail. You don't even think Dana Dane was here long enough to see. Yeah, maybe I do need one.
Bitch, please.
Nu.
Gosh, Gray, that was so mean. Look at Lady, she put you in jail for a long time. Oh, God, you're screwed. Gosh, Gray, you're so mean. They just come up with those ideas, you know, like S&M, you know, and...
Yeah, no, that,
Are you kidding me? Darlene's still trying to sell it. Look at her, ropes and ripped sheets. Oh my God. Can you believe that? Wow, that's crazy.
Wait, that doesn't sound like metal, does it?
Gosh, Darlene, that's so mean. Gosh, that's so mean.
Well, I guess I'm just stuck in jail for the whole rest of the show. Right, Lee D? Nobody's bailed me out. I guess they just hate my guts. Yeah, you guys come up with some crazy shit, Zozo. Just think about what you guys say before you throw it out there. You know? Wow. They really want me to stay in there. Whatever trips your trigger? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna let that one be it, even though it doesn't do it. Oh, hold on. Boom! Oh wow, it was like hidden for a second there. Okay, there you go. That worked. Thanks, Michelle Nichols. Yeah, of course I'm mean. Listen, I happen to think that well, I don't just think it, I know it, that the SMN, thing isn't even going to be close to really what happened. Buy some sheets. You want me to rip them up and... Thanks, Kubacek, Michelle Nicholas, Darlene White, and Mary Clark. I think, Darlene, you need to read up on the whole S&M thing. Now, like I was saying earlier, one of the more interesting aspects of it is what's called recreational mummification. And I think you should really look into that one. It's
Gail ansikte med glädjetårar.
Gladiatora? Yeah, it's good stuff, recreational mummification. I mean, if you haven't tried it, please do. It's like sushi, you know?
This is not bail.
You know how people don't like sushi, but then when they try it, wow, I think you'll get the same experience with recreational mummification. Okay, you'll absolutely love it. It's fantastic. It's all the rage. People talk about it every night of the week. People who do it, it's like, again, like sushi. Like you eat the sushi the first time, then you're like, oh, I gotta go back. It's the same thing. Okay. Are you guys not buying that? Because I'm not. Yeah. So I saved the last story for tonight. It's literally this one is a serial killer. No doubt about it. I don't know if it's one of the other two guys, but I'm almost thinking it's not. And that's why I was asking about the Long Island serial killer earlier. Yeah. What's that? That's. I think I have the scream sound for that.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posy.
Wow, that was scary. That was really scary, Gray.
Hey, get over it.
Ring around the rosy.
No, that's scary as hell. That's scary as hell.
Don't be scared of it. Don't be scared of it.
Yeah. Okay, that matches that face, okay? Okay, now I've got it memorized now. So next time you put up that Berserker Loci scream face or Michelle Nicholas, here, type it in. I'll do it. I'll time it up. Although it might... There we go. Yeah, the nursery rhyme's pretty spooky.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posy.
Yeah. All right. What other thoughts you guys have out there? I think the last one makes sense, that it's somebody that you probably knew, but not very well, perhaps, and he went over there. But I wonder if the kids, like, he interacted in the house for a while. That seems like something that they could have an answer for. Or did he, did he ever see the guy, or is it just you overheard them in the room and you never saw her go into the room? Almost like the guy was in the room, and then when she finally went into the room, he locked the door, and the kids were never able to see their mom again. They even had to make breakfast in the morning. All right. Yeah. Okay, you guys ready for the last one? Because the last one is the crazy... It doesn't have a ton of information on it, but it's... Well, there actually are a few articles on it. So this one is Gaylor Gail Alexander. All right? Now this one, it's not S&M, okay? All right, so this is... they don't know exactly the time frame, and this is a sex worker in this case. So that's why I was thinking of the Long Island serial killer, or just something. It's just, this one's crazy. Listen to the. All right, so pieces of a body found, but it's not just they found pieces of a body. Listen to this. Parts of the dismembered body of an adolescent believed to be between 12 and 18 were found stuffed into 2 toy boxes covered with Christmas wrapping paper and a plastic garbage bag last night. So now you're already into a serial killer. This is a signature type event right now, right? What happened? I don't know. I couldn't tell if that was a bad comment or not. Maybe the name. Sex laborer. Huh. Well, I just say the PC term now is sex worker, okay? But listen how crazy that is, right? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Parts of the dismembered body of an adolescent believed to be between 12 and 18 were found stuffed into 2 toy boxes covered with Christmas wrapping paper. 2 DuPont youths made the discovery around 7 p.m. at the baseball dugout in Memorial Field Park, located at Hamilton Avenue and Charles Street. Now, if looking at this map here, if you look at Hamilton Street right there and then just do a corner off of it, I don't know if you can see that, but the dot's right off of there. And then if I go to that spot. Here it is. That's Hamilton Street, and then just right there. So it's almost like, I don't know if the dot's absolutely right on the money. Somewhere in this park right here, they found these boxes, okay? You're not going to guess on this one, Zozo? What do you think already? Throw out a guess. Come on. She always bails when you don't accept one of her ideas. Okay, bye. Where is that one again? I don't even know where it is. Yeah, this is in December, right a little after Christmas. I'm late, but I'm here now. Love this show. Helps me anxiety. I help your anxiety? Are you kidding? This is nightmare stuff. Well, I guess you could look at it in a different way. Man, my life is so much better than that. I used to have anxiety, panic attacks after my brother died for a few years. Man, those are... I tell you what, man. Panic attacks, they're probably the worst thing out there. Your heart beats really weird. Your brain, you just start really tripping out. I used to like be fully clothed and I would just jump into a shower to shock me back to reality. I don't get them anymore, but man. I would just jump fully dressed into a cold shower. Yeah, it's weird because you start sort of, you're really, you get anxiety because of your accident or from a traumatic event. And then it's just sort of this weird deal. Your breathing gets strange. Yeah, I don't wish anybody, that's one of the worst things out there. Yeah. Okay, so they found this box here. Two DuMont youths made the discovery around 7 p.m. at the baseball dugout. Oh, okay, so now we know it's in a dugout. So, okay. Well, if it's the same park, then it's going to be one of these, any one of these. I wonder if it's the big park, though. So that would be over here then. What was found were small pieces of... Listen to this crazy shit. Police Chief William Tobin said that the boys aged 15 and 16 knocked over one of the boxes and a human foot fell out. The sex, race, and exact age of the victim was unknown because the head, genitals, and several other parts were missing. So that, this is crazy, right? What was found were small pieces of the upper torso, a hand, a foot, and other parts. I mean, this is just wacky. I've never seen anything like it in my 32 years on the force, Tobin said. Tobin predicted that the missing parts may turn up in boxes around town later this week. He said the body parts were carefully cut into 6-inch pieces, leading police to suspect that a medical student or someone familiar with anatomy was responsible. This is someone perverted sense of humor, Tobin said. No, it's more, he's a freaking serial killer psycho. One of the Christmas toy boxes. He said one of the boxes was multicolored with a picture of a model toy on it. There were no bloodstains on the boxes. So this is meticulously done, put into these boxes. Tobin said he is certain someone dumped the body in the park after dark. Well, it wasn't really dumped. It was put in Christmas boxes. This is purely a dump job, he said, speculating that someone other than a Dumont resident was responsible. Tobin suspected that someone drove either on Hamilton Avenue on Charles Street and hurriedly dumped the boxes. I don't know how you can claim it was hurriedly dumped anywhere. The guy spent all the time in the world putting the body parts into the boxes. He probably went there late at night and just placed them calmly in there. I don't know why you're saying he hurriedly did it. One small body fragment was found. Let's see. Tobin suspects that someone drove either on Hamilton Avenue on Charles Street and hurriedly dumped the boxes in the park. Oh, so maybe this is why he's saying that. One small body fragment was found on Hamilton Avenue, several hundred feet from the boxes. Yeah, well, I don't know where that body part came from, but maybe that was more like Hansel and Gretel. Like, hey, I'm leading you to the park where there's boxes. Because, how would the part have just fallen out, The body was taken to Bergen County Morgue in Paramus and was scheduled for an autopsy this morning. No missing persons have been reported in Dumont, Tobin said. However, Tobin said the Dumont police are checking into the disappearance of an 18-year-old Lodi youth who's been missing for 3 weeks. Although there is no indication that the death took place in Dumont, the incident has shocked this residential community of about 20,000. Memorial Field Park, which has no fences, is often deserted at night. The park's eastern section, where the bodies parts were found, is poorly lit. Tobin said that the November Public Service Electric and Gas was requested to install floodlights there. There is a row of single-family homes on the park's south side. Police are questioning the residents to learn if anyone saw or heard anything. And then, let's see. Authorities are still trying to determine the identity of a young black woman. Decapitated torso was found wrapped in 2 toy boxes and dumped in a park here Thursday. Bergen County Prosecutor Roger W. Breslin Jr. said that the torso's right hand, a foot... The torso, right hand, a foot, and other body parts were found about 7 p.m. by 2 teens at Memorial Field Park. They apparently discovered the body when they knocked over one of the boxes and a foot fell out. Assistant Medical Examiner Louis Napolitano did an autopsy on the body and found that it was apparently that of a black woman in her late teens or mid-20s. Breslin said that she was apparently 5 feet 5 and weighed 120 pounds. It was not positively been determined whether the body was that of a black woman, Breslin said, saying that it was possible the woman was Hispanic. He estimated that she had been killed in the 24 hours before the body was found. Breslin said that fingerprints from the hand found have been sent to the police lab in Rockland County for possible identification by the FBI and county police. Yeah. So you got what's he saying? This guy that you're removing. He doesn't seem like those aren't really that horrific comments, Like, you can just keep timing him out, but I don't think saying that's just like a philosophical. What do you think? Here, I'm just gonna I know that you're doing it out of, but I'm gonna unblock that person. But can you just kind of stick with what we're talking about there, Whip? Your name's kind of messed up, by the way. Thanks, Lori Staggs. Wow, what a nice comment. See, now I feel good.
Thanks Gray, dansande kvinna, dansande kvinna, dansande kvinna, you're great, 2 hjärtan.
Dansande kina, dansande kina, dansande kina. Hey everybody, dance on the kina. Alright?
Yeah, dance on the kina, dance on the kina, dance on the kina.
What the hell does that mean? Yeah, dance on a kina. But anyways, thanks Michelle for, blocking. I'm just going to unblock just because I don't think it was horrific, but I appreciate you looking out. I don't know what a kina is, but that's what it sounded like it said, right? All right. Let's see. Breslin said that she was apparently 5 foot, 120 pounds. She could have been Hispanic, he said. He estimated that she had been killed in the 24-hour before her body was found. Breslin said the body parts found cut into small, neat pieces. You see this? This is crazy. Were cleanly cut with a sharp instrument. The genitals had been removed from the torso. So this is why I'm saying this is one of those sick serial killer type people right here. And I'd like to actually look around to see if there's some similar cases to this one, because this is one that anybody doing this has done stuff similar to this, right? Police Chief William Tobin said, it's my feeling that there's another cartoon someplace here in Dumont, or another carton, not cartoon. He said that about 60% of the body has been found. The chief said that the park was well used during the day, and he believes whoever dumped the body intended it to be found, right? And it was probably dumped at night and wasn't in a hurry like you were saying. Police seek murder clues. This is January 4th in New Jersey again. The dismembered body of a black female found in Memorial Park Thursday night has been ruled murder by a county prosecutor. Oh, you think so, huh? Jeez. And police, who said the body must be identified before an investigation. Yeah, I think anytime, let me just say this, everybody. Anytime a body is chopped up into small manageable cubes, there's probably some foul play involved. I would assume murder too, It's hard to survive when your body is in cubes. I know if you stack it just right and, And police who said the body must be identified before an investigation can begin have begun to circulate to the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. Police officials at first believed the body might have been a cadaver because it was surgically cut up. Wow, what a stupid assumption. And put into 2 boxes wrapped with Christmas. Oh, I know what this is. This is a cadaver from the medical school, and they're just being goofy. They're funny. Although no specific identification has been made. See, if they were on the show and they said that same thing, I would have said, that's ridiculous. Okay? Although no specific identification has been made of the body, believed to be one of a woman 5 feet, 120 pounds. We're always hopeful, said DeMont police spokesperson. Breslin wasn't as optimistic. I don't know if an identification is even expected. When you have pieces of a body without a head, it makes it rather difficult. So far, only a torso and parts of arms and legs have been found. 2 boys playing in field baseball dugout found the body after one of them tipped over a box. Police Chief William Tobin said he believes the woman was murdered elsewhere and was then dumped at the... You think so again? I mean, really? You think she was murdered elsewhere? Yeah, I do too. I doubt he set up a little Hey, everybody, watch what I'm doing tonight in here. Let me get my saw out. Hey, he's doing all this shit at night, making them into boxes. Some of this stuff is just, God. I have no idea if it will be solved. It's almost impossible kind of case, he said. Body identified as Staten Island girl. So they did identify her. This is just 2 days after that. A dismembered body found in Dumont Park last week has been identified as 17-year-old, so they were right on the age, Staten Island girl who had an arrest record for prostitution, it says. Bergen County prosecutor Roger Breslin said the victim, Gail Alexander, was identified through fingerprints. She had been arrested for prostitution in New York and Kentucky, Breslin said. An autopsy has determined that Miss Alexander died less than 24 hours before Dumont teenagers stumbled on the body at about 7 p.m. Parts of the body, so now we know it's a serial killer because prostitutes, or sex workers, that's the correct term, are basically the standard meal, if as it were, for serial killers. They're willingly get into your car, they willingly decide to be with you without anybody else around, and they don't know who the hell you are. And if what's strange is, in 1975, all these other cases we've been looking at, everybody was hitchhiking, so serial killers could pick anybody. As a matter of fact, at that time, sex workers were probably the least one, because they're like, oh, I don't want to, God, I can pick this one and this one. Because these just non-sex workers would get into your car willingly. But now that nobody hitchhikes anymore, they're sort of relegated to picking up, or, you'd have to abduct somebody, but it's so much easier for somebody just to get into your vehicle, right? An autopsy has determined that Miss Alexander died less than 24 hours. Parts of the body had been stuffed into 2 boxes covered by Christmas wrapping and placed near the dugout of a baseball field. Investigators believe that the dismemberment was performed with an instrument able to make a clean incision, and theorize that someone with a knowledge of anatomy was responsible. Yeah, so because they were cut with cleanly, they think it was somebody with knowledge of anatomy, and therefore it was from the medical school, and it was one big hoax from a cadaver. Officials have released no information about suspects. Miss Alexander lived off and on with her family the past few years at 195, let me put that in there, 195 Corson Avenue, and that's Staten Island. Okay. Okay. Her sister, Carolyn, 29, who does not live at home, said that her parents, Myers and Ophelia Alexander, last saw Gaylor a week before Christmas. Gaylor appeared in good health and spirits, according to Carolyn, but disappeared from home as suddenly as she appeared. This was a typical occurrence since Gaylor dropped out of the 9th grade, Carolyn said. We didn't exactly know where she was one time to another, she said. The only way to keep track of her was when she called from somewhere. Carolyn said her sister, one of 3 children, argued frequently with her father, a security guard employed by New York City, but otherwise had a normal childhood. When the family learned of her involvement in prostitution about a year ago, Gaylor was urged to come home. She said she'd stay home, get a job, or go to school, and she'd start off fine for a while, Carolyn said, from her parents' home last night. Then all of a sudden she'd be off somewhere and we wouldn't hear from her. Carolyn said no one in the family knew where Gaylor had been associating, nobody knew whom Gaylor had been associating with or why she would be murdered. The family was expecting Gaylor to spend Christmas at home. Her presents, including a gold bracelet from Carolyn, remain in the house unopened. Okay, now we're moving forward 11 days, right? Here we go. Parts of human body were found stuffed into 2 lockers yesterday in the IND station at 42nd Street and 8th Avenue by subway maintenance workers. Police said a skull was found in one locker and that 2 arms, 2 hands, and a set of false teeth were found in another. Police said the victim was a black woman of undetermined age. Fingerprints were being processed for possible identification. This is in New York. And the next day, a head and hand found in 2 42nd Street subway lockers belonging to 17-year-old girl whose dismembered body was found in Dumont Park, authorities said. Apparently, most of the girl's body was transported to Dumont on a bus, according to Sergeant Louis Monaco, 3rd Homicide Zone, New York. Police have the descriptions of a pair of men seen carrying 2 boxes covered with Christmas wrapping in Dumont 4 days after the holiday. It was in such boxes that the body of Gail Alexander, a Staten Island girl with a history of prostitution arrests, was found that day. The description of the men, however, diverge wildly, and police have no firm suspects. Dumont Chief William Tobin said they were seen by passerby near Memorial Field Park, where the body was found, and the passengers on the bus. Oh, weird. Okay. The body parts in the lockers were determined to be Miss Alexander's through dental charts and fingerprints. So now they've found pretty much all of her body, but look where, she's found. This is where she lived at times. And over here in New Jersey at this park is where those first body parts were found. And then all the way over here in New York, down here in like the subway system at this location somewhere, is where they found all these other body parts. This is 1977. Let's see. Her known address was 195 Corson Avenue. Let's see. A maintenance worker found the head and hand in the subway arcade near 42nd Street and 8th Avenue at 8:45. The coin-operated lockers are supposed to be open once a week, but police believe the body parts could have been deposited any time after January 9th. Tobin said it was likely Miss Alexander did not die in Dumont. Police theorize, however, that those responsible for the dismemberment knew enough about the borough to find Memorial Field Park and its baseball dugout, where 2 teenagers kicking over the cartons discovered the body. A cause of death has not been determined. However, whoever cut up the body apparently used a sharp instrument and had a knowledge of anatomy. Last November, a girl who gave her name as Gail Alexander stopped at the Under 21, a haven for runaway prostitutes and other teenage victims. The agency files show Miss Alexander only stayed for lunch, but she should have stayed longer. Yeah, I mean, this is just sort of going through different, her life and stuff like that. Anyways, I don't know what that is, what's going on in this one. You know, if it's a serial killer or perhaps even the pimps got pissed at her and were showing, you know, doing a lesson for their other women that work for them, saying, look, you see that in the paper there? Because they knew that they would be found at some point. You don't want to end up like that. What does that mean, just typing in 1978, whip? You know, like, try to communicate a little bit better. You're just not really, you know, not really with it. Yeah, so anyways, that's a crazy story. Hope you guys found those at least mildly interesting tonight. Oh, you just got here? Well, the show's basically over. I started at 7:30, now it's 11:07. All right, cool. Maybe I'll do a flyby in New York. Really quick. Yeah. So thank you guys for joining the show tonight.
And thank you to Zozo, Ellen Men Open, Kevin Brown. I think it was a sushi worker, Zozo. Kit Kat, Sarah Beth Colagrass, Carolina T, Mary Clark, One Sly Angel, Lil Andy, Patricia M, Quietly Frozen, Victoria Ballard, Kit Kat, Lee D again, Chad Burbinger, Linda Howe, as in Linda Moldenhow of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles, William Wright, Miss Red Badger became a member, Lee D, Mary Clark, Zozo, Charlie Ann, Berserker Lokai, Victoria Ballard, Jessica Schubach, Meredith McKinsey, Lee D again, Kubachek, Michelle Nicholas, Darlene White, Mary Clark, Lori Staggs, and Daddy-O Caspian Horses rock.
Awesome. All right, everybody, make sure that you maintain your social distancing, wear a mask, and get that vaccine when they put it out, okay? That's really important. I can actually see a time where you can't get into certain places unless you have your vaccine. They're probably going to do that for a while, you know, because there's so many anti-vaxxers out there for some unknown reason. Yeah, so wash your hands, maintain your social distancing, and wear a mask whenever you're around other people. I'm going to redo my opening. Something like that. Although I kind of like that way I say that. But yeah, I can shorten it up a little bit. All right, everybody. So thank you. So thank you. I was trying to say thank you at the same time as so I went tho. Oh man. Yeah, forget the gloves. Yeah, don't do that. Man, have you tried to come up with something interesting to say, Whip? Almost everything you say is really just meaningless and boring. Just work a little harder. Try to say something that's mildly, interesting. Okay? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the flyby. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Look it. I'll start over. Oh, I got stuck inside of a building. Now let me do the, I'm going to do this differently. It's bigger like that. There we go. What the hell is that? Good night, Steve.
Good night, Steve.
Good night, Steve.
Wow, you're so kind. So cool! That was so cool! That was so neato! Yay! Wow, 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 wow. Another show tomorrow. Gonna do another show tomorrow. Wow, what the heck was that? Was she singing? Was Mary Lou singing to that one? Wow, that's some crazy shit, man, I tell you what.
Wow, you put words to the Flyby song about doing a show tomorrow.
Yeah, wow. That was so creative, John Boy.
Gosh, Mary Lou, you're so mean.
Wow, that was weak. That didn't sound very good.
Yeah, it sounded like one of your cries, right? Totally fake. Okay, try it again.
Okay, John Boy, you're so mean.
Yeah, boy, you see how lame that sounds? Look at. Do it again.
I'm just so mean. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you suck.
Gosh, John Boy, you're so mean. Why do you have to be so mean to me like that?
I don't know. Because you suck at crying sometimes? Anyways, good night, Mary Lou.
Jeez. Good night, John Boy. What a maroon.
Yeah, those two, man. I don't know if they're ever just gonna, just get off of a show. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we've got some. You guys can chat away for a while if you'd like. It is Friday night. Here we go with the Cool Cats song.
Gonna get you, I'll spit you if you try to play me like an old projector. Transpector is my nectar. Professor Grey is gonna give another lecture from the Flector Interceptor. And I mean, I'm in the fight with a vector on his vector with our vector.
Not bad.
Lizard time. Barry or Carrie? Did you say Barry? No, but I've heard Larry and Barry and Jerry and Gary.
Have you ever heard Craig?
I don't know, have you ever heard Craig Gray?
Yeah, I've been called Craig too.
That's weird. Coronavirus, you want to find us. You wash your hands and keep your... Coronavirus, it's not tendinitis or colitis or tinnitus. You want to find us. Once in a while his name was Jim. His friends were very mean to him. They gave him tea and cakes and ham and slices of delicious ham. Hey, look at Zozo! Zozo! She's not a bozo! Zozo! She's not a bozo! Oh, do you think? Ding 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 ding. Dee dee. Bleeding. She's a little bit sneezy. She's not... Sneezy. I said sneezy, not the other one. Sneezy. You know, like sneezy? You're sneezing? To get fed, then go to bed, so I'm not dead. When I wake up in the morning and I get up and eat some food, Monday, can't trust that day. I'm gonna do Monday. See how that goes. Monday, can't trust that day. Monday, sometimes it just turns out that way. On Monday morning you gave me a warning and won't be. On Monday I love that one. Oh my. Every other day of the week is fine, yeah. But whenever Monday comes, Monday. She was more like a beauty queen from a movie scene. I said, don't mind, but what do you mean? I am no fun, you know what I'm saying? Who will dance on the floor and around? She said I am the one who will dance on the floor and around. She told me her name was Billie Jean and she caused a scene. Then everyone turned their eyes and dreamed of being the one who will dance on the floor and around. People always told me to be careful what you do. Well, I don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. And mother always told me to be careful who you love. And be careful of what you do, cause the lie comes the truth. Billie Jean. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's a girl who claims that I am the one. But the kids are my son.
What the heck?
Andrea who? Which Andrea? Which Andrea are you talking about? Oh, yeah.
I think you're talking about Andrea Ruggiero Drum. Yeah, I think she still comes around sometimes. I think she was busy with something. She's one of the nurses, right? I think. I don't remember. Yeah. That's Audra Blankenship. Alright, you guys can keep chatting.